All right. Welcome, guys. Okay. Let me move this. And all right. Welcome. Episode 8 of Dungeons and Dragons Princess of Apocalypse. Okay. So, just to recap, in our last session, the party got prepared to set off to investigate some rumors that were floating around Red Larch of a missing delegation from Mirabar that disappeared shortly after leaving Beliard, as well as some shallow graves in the hills just east of Red Larch. After a night of discussion, the group convinces a local shepherd named Larman Greenboot to meet them the next morning to take them to see these so called graves. The party then departs to their respective rooms to sleep in, at which time Liam has an encounter with Pell, a local girl who, after some touching conversation, Liam winds up gifting his newly acquired dagger, plus one dagger, Rezer, to. As the party leaves the swinging sword inn the next morning, they are ambushed by a horde of zombies, which they are able to defeat with little injury and some small assistance by Corbett, the posh traveling bard that has taken a keen interest in the rumors and stories currently surrounding the Dessarin Valley. The party, revealing their intentions to the local constable Harbuck, are given deputy status to assist in bringing some much needed order to the surrounding areas. The now deputized party find the shepherd Larman, who leads them southeast along the Carn Road and eventually along a path north amidst the rolling hills, where he points them towards 4 shallow graves. Upon excavating those graves, the party finds a male dwarf that's dressed in artisan robes, a female human warrior dressed in a black surcoat with red axe symbol adorning it, which Flick recognized as the symbol of Mirabar's army. There was another male human warrior dressed in a black cloak with strange stony armor, and the last one was a male human in a white robe with black feathers at the shoulders. With little more to go on, the party decides to take a shortcut through the Dessarin Valley wilds to head north towards Beliard instead of taking the road. They follow the river Dessarin north to find a large keep blocking their way. As the party investigates, they find the keep, which is known as Riverguard Keep. It is currently being inhabited by a group of sellswords led by Jolliver Grimjaw. The inhabitants are repairing the old castle and protecting trade along the river from the depredations of monsters and bandits. The group are offered to shelter for the night, in which time Flick uses the keep's food stores to create a delightful feast for the inhabitants. And Liam convinces the guard watching their room, whose name is Garb, to take him on a quick tour. Liam is led to a small offset room/library, where after touching display of kindness in reading a story to Garb, who lacks the education to be able to read, Liam then convinces Garb to give him some personal time with the remaining books. Eventually, Garb escorts Liam safely back to the party's designated room, where Flick brings in a feast, and Liam reveals some spell scrolls he discovered and confiscated from the library under the guise of personal time. The group enjoyed a warm meal together in their guarded room before settling down for the night. And with that, Liam, make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Here we go. 20.
All right. So you all go to sleep for the night then, and you wake up with no issues. And it is bright and early. The sun is coming in through a slit in the wall of the room that you're in. There is only the single slit in the wall. It's kind of on the southwest side, which you can see there on the map. So,
doing,
what'd you say?
Well,
I was chasing a cat off my desk.
Well, good morning, everyone. We didn't get stabbed.
All appendages and organs accounted for, are they?
As far as I'm aware.
At sunrise, Kendra will wake up. And do we have a window?
You
We have
do.
an arrow loop.
Yeah,
We have an arrow slit.
it is. It's a fairly wide. I mean, it's like maybe I say wide. It's like 3 feet wide. Enough for someone to move like an arrow through. It is a keep. It's a safeguard. So, but there is light pouring in. Oh no, wait. There's not light pouring in because that's west facing, and it is morning, and the sun still rises in the east in the morning.
Yes, it does, unfortunately for me.
I mean,
Something like this.
what world are we in? It can rise in the west if we want it.
It can, but we're gonna follow basic rules because
We just have to be consistent about it.
Kendra's upset.
I posted an image of an arrow loop, how they're inset into castle walls. So, looking at the map, this is probably what it looks like.
They're not very big. They are big enough to stick your arms through.
No, that slit's probably like that wide, if that.
I visited castles when I went to Ireland. They were not very big. Alright, so waking up, Kendra's looking for the sun, can't find it, is upset now. Time she gets up. I need to find the sun.
I would check outside, dear. I'm sure if you explain your needs, the guard will escort you to a position where you can see it.
Alright. We're gonna go over to the door. And
So would we say it was a long rest then?
yes, you could say you've had a long rest.
cool.
'Cause I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that took damage at one point, and
Good power
might as
on the
well
door.
heal.
All right. So Kendra, you're headed for the door.
Yep. Just pound on it. Hey! Can I be let out? I have some religious things to do.
The door opens, and you see a armored female outside the door. Look at you. It's not garb anymore. She opens the door and says, "You'll have to excuse us. There's a bit of commotion going on at the moment. You will need to stay in your room for the time being."
Unfortunately, I disagree.
Unfortunately, you're not in charge here, and she slams the door
And
closed.
Okay. Just gonna turn to everyone. I wanted to be peaceful. I'm so sorry for what is about to happen.
No.
I think the rest of us should retreat to the kitchen.
Uh,
So,
You didn't want to wake up and choose violence, but that's what's happening.
wait, let's calm down for a sec. Because if you piss off one guard, how many others are gonna come?
I don't know.
would you really do that to poor Garb? The poor chap Liam told us about last night.
Oh. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just need to be in the morning sun.
Sora steps forward and says, "Well, perhaps maybe if we ask nicely, instead of making demands when we're the guests, maybe we would get better reception."
Mayhaps, but I don't.
And she somewhat shambles past you with her hulking frame. Or they do. Sora will knock on the door again. And it's a long moment. They'll knock again. And then the door opens, and the same guard opens the door and looks slightly more annoyed at this point. Is there something else you require? Yes.
A latrine, perhaps.
What'd you say?
A latrine, perhaps.
Don't we have one down here at the bottom?
You do. Sora
Oh, is
says,
that what that is?
we have a member of our team who requires to make morning prayers in the east. Would it be possible, even under escort, for them to do so? And the guard looks mildly annoyed for a moment. And they say, we do have a chapel. If you truly wish to make prayers or consents to that, I could take you that way. However, as I said, there is quite a commotion this morning. There's someone on the path headed our way, and they're unexpected, so the guards are quite on edge at the moment. Staying in your room would be best.
Who is this person that's coming? That's got you all twisted.
Well, if we knew, we wouldn't be all twisted.
I don't know. You were quite welcoming to us last night. Perhaps they're just more weary travelers.
Perhaps. I can take you down if you wish. But you will remain with me.
Fine.
All of you coming, or just one?
As far as I'm aware, I'm the only one that needs to make this prayer.
I'm perfectly contented here until the situation is passed.
Very well. And you see her turn, and she calls off to the side and calls one of her fellow guards to come over. So she looks at Kendra. Shall we?
But of course.
Alright. So Kendra and the guard, they head off a ways to head towards the chapel, and the new guard takes up post.
Is there any way to tell how many people are outside our room?
Not unless you look.
I mean, is there a keyhole?
No.
Shoot.
There is, but it's very small.
Shoot. Okay. What the... You know, I've got Liam by the window, just looking out into the fields. Can he see anything?
Make a perception roll.
I was hoping you would say that. And that is perception. Be 14.
Okay. So yeah, Liam, you would see a figure far off in the distance. All you can really see are some white robes. You can't make out the face beneath the hood or anything like that. And it is a single figure, but it is slowly making its way down.
Is it walking or is it sort of like on horseback?
No, it is walking.
Okay. A single figure in white, walking.
And it's not far from the keep now.
Would you say it's walking slowly or
just normal pace. It's not like rushing or anything like that. It's not hurried. It's just normal, calm pace.
Well, we're taking a look around. I might as well do what I can to check as well. Look, we'll prepare to detect magic just to see if there's anything in range. So, would basically cover the room they're in, the kitchen, if that wall is less than a foot thick between the two, and anything directly above or below.
Okay.
The 30-foot bubble that cannot go through a foot of stone.
You don't really detect anything going on.
I walk up to the door that connected to the kitchen and go ahead and open it and see if there's anyone on that side.
Yeah, you go to open it and it doesn't open this time.
Does it feel like the door itself has been locked, or is it just barricaded?
You try and depress the door handle and it stops halfway.
Can I pick the lock?
Sure, go for it.
I mean, I've still got
Right.
thieves' tools.
Can I dismantle the lock?
What
If picking doesn't work.
would picking the lock be in terms of a roll?
It would be
It's a proficiency check with the tools.
Yeah.
So it's D20 plus proficiency.
Okay.
Or if you have expertise in them, D20 plus proficiency twice.
I do have expertise in them, funny enough. Okay. So, D20 plus double my proficiency. So this is a... Oh, no, that was cocked. Okay, that's a 9.
So you go for it and you're working at it and you suddenly you hear voices on the other side and it distracts you and you pull back. Kendra,
Yes.
you and the guard, you make your way through the common ground and you exit out the main large doors of the common area. And you go through the courtyard, and immediately in front of you is the chapel. And there is a door on the side that you're at. When you enter, you do see 3 figures in there. One is on their knees in front of an altar. It's a very simple altar. It's the room is full of pews, actually. It's plain wooden pews. They're all facing a large, simple altar at the west end of the room, which is the side you entered from. There are no idle hints at what deity is venerated here, but there is a crude symbol that you see painted on the wall above the altar, and it resembles like an X with a horizontal bar lining the bottom limbs. And then there are several straw pallets that lie near the main chapel doors, which are on the east end side. And you do see a single figure that is in a set of robes, kneeling before the altar with arms raised and words coming out. And then there are 2 guards flanking both sides, just keeping watch. And they notice you when you come in. And they find it a little unusual that you're coming in with a guard escort, not recognizing you. But then again, you are under escort, so they're not terribly concerned.
Not they shouldn't be concerned yet. Can you reveal the area?
Oh, yes, that does help, doesn't it?
You gotta use your imagination.
That's right. I forgot. I forgot this part was not revealed. There you go.
Oh. Okay. Well, walking in, making sure not to stop or interrupt whatever the hell he's doing. Slowly, so I don't get shot.
Your guard follows you closely behind.
Okay, make it to the window. Can I see the rising sun?
You do. You see sun pouring in both of the windows. And the windows, they're simple. They're not really stained glass. They look like simple windows that have been put in with the renovation, whatever they had in hand. But it is pouring through, and you can just see it on the dust floating in the air, beams of light coming through.
I start my prayer by holding my amulet and just pray silently.
Well, let me have a go at that lock, Liam. Let me see if I have a better luck. So I'm going to try to get the lock open. I also have thieves' tools and proficiency with them, but not expertise. But I'm not going to open the door. I'm just going to try to get the lock in.
Okay, go for it.
18.
Okay. So you work at it, and you're not as concerned about the voices on the other side because your intentions are different. And you do hear the click and feel the handle does depress down all the way now.
Sorry. I'll pocket my tools, pat Liam on the shoulder, and take a seat on the closest bed.
Give a little chuckle, and then I walk up to the door, and I just kind of lean my ear against it to see if I can make out anything from the other side.
You do hear voices. There's a lot of clinking. It sounds like hollow wooden things kind of hitting together. You hear like a crackling of a fire, some bubbling sounds. What you would recognize as common kitchen sounds. It sounds like things are being prepared for morning meal.
I'm gonna go ahead and open the door.
Okay. You open the door and peek your head out, and you do see 4 other people kind of bustling about. One of them you recognize from the night before, as he was the one that kind of stayed in the corner, a portly, short man, just a floppy, dark brown hair. And he takes notice of you, rolls his eyes, but goes right back to working and bustling about, getting food ready and together. And you get the sense that he's the one in charge of this room right now.
So I kind of walk in, and I'm like doing a nice stretch, yawn, like I just woke up. Oh, do you need any assistance making some breakfast? No. Okay, sir. Okay.
He goes back to making food. And you get the sense he's highly annoyed by your presence.
So I'm going to just like slowly make my way across the room, not trying to get his attention, and I'm gonna check that door.
Okay. You're just trying to see if it's locked?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it depresses down all the way.
So I'm gonna like slowly open and shimmy through it.
The second you step out, the guard at the southern door looks over and immediately draws herself up to a standing and reaches for her weapon. You're not meant to leave this room.
Nope. My apologies. I got a little flustered in the kitchen. Your cook seems to be a little on edge. Pardon me. And then I'll go back into the kitchen and slowly make my way. But during that kind of quick, like, glance with that guard, I looked around the room just to see, like, how many other people are there. Or is there still a bunch of people sitting, eating, or anything that I caught?
None are eating at this time. Some are gathering. They look like they're getting ready, waiting. There is a large gentleman at the main table, or the offset one, more towards the west. And he is flanked by another large gentleman. They both seem to be discussing some papers and books that are on the desk. And the one that's off to the side looks up at the encounter between the two of you and the discussion. But the other one that's sitting in the actual table and seems to be the one more in charge, he doesn't even bother. He has full, complete trust in his current workforce.
Okay, so I go ahead and make it back into our room and. Well, guys, I went to talk to the cook in the other room. He's a little on edge. I went ahead and checked the other door, but couldn't quite make it out. The guard is very much paying attention. But I did see some more people are still in the other room.
I'm sure the chef is just upset about being shown up at his job last night.
It's very much a good point.
It's not often I can bring scientific perfection to someone's kitchen.
Liam, are you still looking out the door or the window?
Yep.
You do see the figure a little bit clearer now. You still can't see the face. The hood is covering it quite well, but the robes are white completely, and there's some green trim around, embroidered trim that you can spot around the edges. They're still just a couple minutes out, but they are still making their way with clear intention towards the keep.
Flick is going to just, real quick, peek through the kitchen door, look at the east side of the kitchen, and come back in. And see if there's anything on the wall around, the staircase that we can't possibly see, if there's anything suspicious. So there's clearly something here, but there was no visible doors.
I know.
Are you talking about that spiral staircase in our room?
The one that's not in our room, because there's a wall there.
Yeah.
Okay.
DM
But
mistake. It should have been covered. I apologize.
But Flick is curious because the shape of the kitchen and this room and hallway are not adding up.
Yeah, you just see a bunch of pots and pans on like a table along the wall, like an L-shaped table. But nothing with a quick glance that you would notice.
Let's investigate the pots and pans, see if there's anything useful or out of place.
Okay, so you head out of the room to go look?
No, inside our room, investigating the wall around this gap.
Okay, so where... Oh, so I'm sorry, in your room.
Yeah, here, like,
Okay.
around the wall.
Okay.
Around the thing that is clearly not in the other room.
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation.
That's a 12.
You feel your way around the wall, and it's cold and cool to the touch. It is stone. You kind of knock here and there, but you really don't get much of a sense other than it doesn't quite sound like the rest of the stone.
Liam sees what Flick is doing and remembers the hidden room from the night before Can I join him? Can I join her in investigating the wall?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, roll investigation. Or if you want Flick to roll advantage, whichever you want to do.
I'll give her advantage.
Okay.
Let's see if I can do better than a 12. And keep my dice in the tray. That's a net 20.
So Liam comes up and presses his ear against the wall, and kind of does a little knock. And Flick, when you see that, you realize you press your ear against the wall as well. And with your cat ears and Liam's knocking against it, you hear there's a hollowness on the other side of the stone that is not natural. There's definitely a different tone going on. You're not quite sure, but you do get a sense there's something behind that wall.
By the way, I just want to say thank you for letting me give advantage to Flick, because I rolled a 10, and that would have done nothing.
Yeah, there's definitely something here. Curiosity demands we take a look, I would say. Has anyone else brought a hammer, or just me? No?
Yes, you.
I have a tinderbox. Can I?
I've
Can I
already
like
checked their
fire?
tools. I have all of the tools.
Do you have a spear? To use the tip of the spear to scratch away at the stone.
Now, no need to be quite so crude with it. I do have these smithy tools. Let's see if we can remove a couple stones. Get a peek behind them.
So just for the sake of saying it, thieves' tools include like a mirror, some narrow scissors, and a pair of pliers. Can any of those help?
I have Flick has in her bag of holding the tools for just about every situation.
Then
So-
Liam's gonna go back to the window.
I mean,
Let's-
are you guys looking? What are you looking for? Are you looking to wear down the stone wall? Are you looking for an actual entrance?
let's try looking for an entrance first, and then I'll just start removing stones.
Okay, go for it. Roll. What is that? Proficiency on your tools?
Sure. Efficiency on Smith's tools, because they're the most heavyweight tools I currently have. Proficiency is just...
Sorry, while that happens,
Oop.
can Liam go by the door and get on top of the table and put himself against the wall?
The one on the east side by the stairwell that no one really knows about.
Yeah, like right here.
Yeah, you want to stand on that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I got a 15 on full check.
Okay. So, which tools are you using? Smiths?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hammer, chisels,
Okay.
a little
So,
heavier duty stuff.
yeah, you're tinging against the wall, and you're able to make some dents in the dust and along the grout, especially the cement holding the stones together. Um, you're not finding anything in particular that looks like possibly a open edge of any kind that would separate. But you are making quite a bit of noise at this point.
I'll keep working, but I'll pull out a sword and have it sitting nearby for decoy purposes.
Kendra.
Wait, do I have a sword? No, hang on. And I'll set my axe nearby. I don't actually have a sword.
All right. Kendra,
Yes.
as you are sitting there and you are focusing and praying, make a perception check.
Oh no. That's a 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
Okay. So you feel the light coming from the outside, and you know the chapel along a lot of these buildings are stone, so there's a coolness to the air anyways, especially with it being early spring still. But the light coming through, it warms you on the areas of your skin that it touches. Um, Other than that, you just get your general sense of traditional prayers that you do over and over every morning, and that gives you your sense of comfort. But
Yay.
nothing really more.
All right. As soon as I am finished, I turn to my escort. Thank you. Now I would like to return to my party.
May I ask who it is you pray to?
Not quite sure myself. I suppose the quickest way to explain it is the lore, but even that I'm not quite sure. So that is the name I use, but it's more so to the sun itself.
The guard draws in a deep breath and eyes the two at the front momentarily before stepping to the side to allow you to pass in front of her.
Yay.
And then she follows you back out. Oops.
Ah!
All right, so
Huh.
you guys exit into the courtyard.
Yeah.
As you come out, there is a commoner there that is digging in the grass, and when he sees you, he looks a little confused, but in a welcoming way of, oh, someone new that doesn't look completely covered in armor. And then he sees the guard come through, and he immediately averts his eyes and goes back to gardening.
On the way back, just ask. There's some people in armor. There's some people in not that are not. I suppose the ones that aren't are here for construction, and you're here to guard them.
Some of us are swell swords. Jolly purchase our skills to help guard the keep. Others have their own skills. Some is gardening, some is producing food, some is construction. It's just like any village.
Stopping before we get to the door, Kendra will turn to the guard and, with a small bow, I apologize for how I acted this morning. It's just something I do every morning, and it started to upset me quite a bit when I could not continue my tradition.
Traditions, they bring comfort to the soul. This is a thing I understand, though I don't follow your God. I do understand tradition. I'm glad to have been able to escort you toward yours.
Thank you.
And she offers you to pass through the door.
Alright.
All right, so you guys she will follow you back towards the room.
Okay.
She will nod to the guard and make her way up to the other door, the northern door. And you are entering back into the room.
What are you doing?
Before the door closes and you enter the room, you do see the guard that escorted you. The guard that was currently guarding the door kind of motions her over, and they have a brief discussion. And you kind of see them look a little confused and discussing something. And there's definitely a buzz around the place with this coming person. It's just unusual. You guys arriving was quite unusual. So someone coming along the path seems to really have quite a few of them in arms.
I feel like we were by far the stranger group that approached.
Stranger maybe. More dangerous, I think not.
Says the person who almost blew the place up because she couldn't see the sun.
But then I did. So we're fine.
We'll ask them for the window suite next time, then.
The least they could do.
Did you see anything unusual while you were being escorted?
Their chapel was very small, dedicated to a symbol that I don't quite recognize. There was, I suppose you could say, a priest there, but he rather ignored me while I was out, and I ignored him in kindness. On the way back, I noticed there was someone tending to some gardening, but he seemed very afraid once the woman escorting me came into view. Looked like he wanted to say something, but I thought it best to not get him in trouble.
Interesting.
Now, enough about that. Why is Liam on a table?
He's an elf. You need a reason for something.
Whatever. What have all of you been doing while I was gone?
How much noise has Fleet been making, by the way?
What's that?
How much noise has Fleet been making?
I'm being careful not to try to alert everybody.
I mean, you can hear a ting, 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 ting. But as far as you know, it's just in the general presence of your room at the moment.
Probably not nearly as loud as the kitchen.
To answer your question, Kendra, I figure should anyone come in based on the noise that might be happening, I'd like to get the jump on them, literally.
I mean, Kendra came back and you didn't jump her.
I think he's learned by now that's not a good idea.
Yes, I can't imagine how easy it'll be to find new pets for him and stuff.
Personal quest for the next town we go to, finding a cloak.
Liam, being right next to the door, you're the first to hear the door you're next to, the clicking of the handle depress as it opens.
Flick spins around, pretends she's working on the axe with her smith tools.
And the guard opens the door wide and steps inside. You're all needed at the front gate. Please follow me now.
Ooh.
Liam just jumps down.
The guard tries to ignore this person that was standing on the table, her hand still on her sword, but you do see a slight eye roll as she stands back and waits for you all to exit.
Perfect. I'm still stealthy.
Sure.
So are you all exiting and coming along?
Sure. Pack up my
Yes.
tools and
Are we gonna have all of our stuff on us?
What's that?
So are we gonna have all of our stuff on us?
Oh yeah,
I'm
anything you came in with? Yeah.
Cool. Quarterstaff in hand, ready.
All right.
Yeah.
So you all exit the room, and I'm going to move you.
This whole time, my hand's on Talon.
Okay. So the guard leads you through the common area because what I just took you through is, in fact, a window and not a door. So they lead you across the room. You see the man at the main table, the larger man. He's currently writing in a book, and he looks up at you, eyeing you for a brief moment. The pen sets down, and he looks up at you a little perturbed with this guard that's leading you out. But as the guard looks back, and another one joins, in fact, to escort you, the other man standing next to him, just north of him, right there, leans down and whispers in his ear, and the man rubs his chin a bit, contemplating at you, where he picks his pen up and goes back to writing. And
Do I see Garb anywhere?
you do not.
Sorry, I didn't mean to break your flow.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you do not see him. So the guards escort you back out into the courtyards, and they walk you south. Kendra, you do see the same man off to the side, and now the rest of you see them too. And he's gardening. He's not even going to look at you at this point. He's just paying attention to what he's doing. But the two guards do escort you across the way, all the way to the front gate, which you are familiar with. And as you approach the gate, you see some familiar figures. Liam, right off the bat, you recognize Garb, and he is standing there next to Holger. Holger is the gatekeeper that originally you all first met when you entered the keep. He was the one that was in charge of the gate and let you in. And he's standing there with Garb and another guard flanking. And they are looking slightly nervous behind the barred gate right now, kind of watching. And they see you approaching with your armed guards. And as you approach, Holger steps up to the gate and says, "That's far enough. State your business." And you hear a voice on the opposite side. You would think with the distance, it's about 30 feet, 30 to 40 feet, you would think he would sound a little more distant and not as bold, but you hear it quite clearly. And it says, "It's a female voice. I wish to speak with the dragonborn paladin that resides within your walls." Some of you recognize it. But Holger glances over at Sora for a moment. He seems a little suspicious, with a little bit of concern in his eyes, before he says, "We are a military keep. Those within our walls are under our protection," not quite revealing that Sora is among you. And you hear the voice on the opposite end, once again, I have brought no quarrel upon your master's keep, gatekeeper. Rather, I come bearing news of particular interest to the Dragonborn Paladin. And the rest of you, you start to actually approach. And as you do, you are able to see through the bars. Whoops. Oh no. Sorry. You see a familiar figure on the other side of the doors and the bars, draped in white robes with the green trim around the end. The figure takes a step forward, and you see a delicate hand that raises from the robes and pushes the hood back, revealing the golden blonde hair, the soft brown tan skin with a smattering of freckles. This figure you would recognize as Priestess Lemura Odorak, the priestess of the Alface Shrine in Red Larch. And she says, "Please, Sora, I must speak with you." And Sora steps forward at this point and says, "It's all right, Holger. She's not a threat. I will speak with her." And you see Holger look up towards the ceiling beyond the bars of the gate, and you hear cranking, and the bars lift up, and Sora walks through. Do you follow? The rest of you following, or are you staying in there?
Rowan, you've known Sora the longest of our group, I believe. Would you have an inkling of what this might be for?
No, I'm not quite sure what this could be, other than potentially something related to the fact that Sora recently completed her oath and
At the very least,
really took her name.
At the very least, we should at least see to what's going on. If they need distance, they will let us know.
I would agree.
Liam's just gonna go up to talk to Garp.
All right. Garb sees you come up, and Liam, and he gives you a short nod with nervous eyes for a moment as he turns his nervous gaze back towards the gate, ready, but seemingly slightly bolstered with your presence. All right, so Rowan, you're following. You and Flick are following Sora. Okay. So you guys.
Well, I want to follow, but kind of stay back. That I don't want to like listen into their conversation. Just be closer to if she needs to talk to us.
Priestess Lemura sees you all back there, and you see a brief kind of smile, and she nods at both of you before she turns and speaks with Sora, and she still speaks with the same tone of voice that you are able to hear, as if she is welcoming you into the conversation as well. No. Sorry. She looks at Sora and says, "An omen has come to Red Lodge. One of particular importance to you, Sora. in the garden of the Allface Shrine, an amonis bloom has fallen. I entreat you, you must return with me. It is your birthright to care for its transformation. And Sora looks slightly shocked in feeling your presence, Rowan and Flick behind her. They look back at you with wide eyes before turning back towards the priestess. I thought you said they were long extinct. And Lemura smiles, the sun catching hints of shimmering skin along her cheeks as she reaches out and squeezes Sora's arm. A belief I am most pleased to be wrong about. Will you return with me and attend to your birthright? This is something that has not happened in ages past. Surely you understand its importance. And Sora looks back to you, Rowan. And just shakes her head before looking back to the priestess. I can't leave them.
Okay, Sora.
They look back at you.
This is clearly important. And I can see that it's bothering you. This pull in multiple directions. But I've known you long enough to know that we'll find each other again. But this has been something you've been after with your birthright. I think we can manage. I look to Flick to get the kind of like recognition.
Flick gives a nod back. Sora, dear, it's not like we'll be gone for long. We never intended to leave Red Lodge permanently. We will follow through this investigation and see you again soon.
Sora swallows, and you see the conflict within them. Before giving a small nod. I left one family, found another, and now I feel as if I'm being pulled from them as well. And Sora looks into Rowan's eyes, walks up to her and grabs her arm. You will look after them.
Of course.
Sora bows their head.
Just know that you'll always be with us. And even family that's not blood related. You come and go in our lives, but we'll always remember each other.
Oh no, Rowan. No need to be quite so morose. It is not always for families to be immediately next to each other. It is always the family that one returns home to after the day is done. So even though our roads may part for a time, we will not be gone forever. We will see each other again.
Better. And they pull out their journal. There's a lot of story to be left, to write in here.
We'll
I
all be
intend
sure
to hear
to.
all of it.
We'll all have pages to add for you when we return.
I will leave you.
I reach and grab her hand that's on my arm, and just give a soft little squeeze.
They clasp it tightly. Thank you. Until we meet again. And Sora nods to you, Rowan. Then to Flick. And then turns to Lemura, who smiles. Lemura looks out of the side of her eyes, at you, Rowan. And there's a brief flash of gold. And just kind of a approval. And you get that she's emitting a sense of approval and almost pride. Proudness towards you. And then she turns and starts walking away, and Sora follows. And they walk away.
Silk will... Not Silk. Flick. Character named Silk in another game, sorry.
I was like, what?
Play that. Flick will pull back by the gate and take a long draw on her pipe before letting out as smoke shifts into the shape of a white-colored dragon before drifting above into the air and disappearing.
Holger steps through the gate and walks up to you and Rowan. Anyone want to inform me what that was about?
Just say her journey is requiring her to take a different path.
Does that mean your journey lies here with us?
For the moment, but we do have business elsewhere, so we may not stay too terribly much longer.
Holger nods before turning, and you see him briefly look up again before he looks to Flick and Rowan and nods you back behind the gate.
I get ready to walk back in. I do a brief look back over my shoulder to get a final glimpse of Sora walking away and just have a smile, knowing that this is important for her. Them, I should say.
As soon as you pass by the barrier, you hear the clanking up from above, and the solid gate bars drop to the ground and lock into place.
Crap, I think this means I'm the tank.
You and me.
I did.
You have a cleric?
I'm the chainmail
Of the war domain.
of the war domain, yeah. With a giant
only-
warhammer.
I only have medium armor, but I have the most health somehow.
I'm the tank.
You're the sponge. All the damage goes to you anyways.
So, as you guys pass back through, Holger is there looking at the group of you. You see him step off to the side to speak to the two guards, the two female guards. Just kind of, they're having a small discussion. Garb is having a conversation with Liam. And the other one just kind of stands off to the side, watching the rest of you.
See, gentlemen, no need to be so up in arms about everyone that comes for a visit. This is on a rather major trade route, after all.
This is who are you speaking to?
Oh, just the guards in general standing around.
The female one that breaks off from Holger says, "This is not a regular trade route. Red Lodge is a regular trade route.
No, on the river.
The river is a normal trade route, but it tends to go past our borders. You didn't come from the river. You came from land, which is a little unusual."
Yes, well, and as you see, our party is not exactly normal in the first place. And I don't have a boat.
Clearly. Would you like me to escort you back to your room?
If it's all the same, we may need to be traveling away now. Unless the rest of my group has reasons to stay, we really only wish to bed the night down and make sure that we were safe and offer services if needed. However, we are still have tasks to perform for Red Larch.
The guard nods, and Holger steps forward. So do you plan to head off then?
Liam, Kendra, do you have any business you still need here?
I'm not sure. Something just feels off, and I don't know what. But
What
if
is it
everyone
you
else is
feel
ready to
that's
go,
off?
Well, firstly, you're standing far too close to me. Back up towards the tanks. Something
Did
feels
you have
off
a
and I just-
disturbing night?
Not sure what you would define disturbing as.
Well, one of my gods tells me he required some prayer in the chapel this morning. An escort. Did something happen?
Yes. I could.
Oh, no, you know religious types. They
somewhat
need their prayer.
something.
They need prayer at certain times a day, or they get testy.
Watch a cat.
Do you see what I
Perhaps
mean?
last night's the sounds of the water were just getting to me. I required some comfort.
You see Holger and the two guards, the two female guards behind him, stand a little straighter for a moment, and their demeanor seems to have shifted a bit. And Holger nods. Then perhaps it is time for you to leave.
Well, actually, chum, I understand that you're hiring for some well-paying work. My dear friend here, Guard, told me
You
that
see Garb kind of
told me that you guys have been hiring. If you don't mind, I believe I have a dagger and a sword that may aid you.
Holger gives a look towards Garb, who just kind of avoids it entirely, scratching at his brow, at his neck.
Don't worry about Garb. He he made sure to only mention that he had received the best training and that I should not try to pull anything on him. He then proceeded to punch me in the stomach.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, that's a 14.
You
Can
see,
I do anything to add on to that? Brackish audacity help me at all?
No.
Okay.
you see Holger, who's looking at Garb with a, like, under his brow. He suddenly smirks and chuckles. What was that you were saying?
Are you hiring? I'd like to join up. I've been looking for
Holger looks at the rest of your party and eyes them.
Very confused.
Flick shrugs.
They can make their own choices. I'm asking you for me.
You want to join us?
If you'll
Does
have
this
me.
set you on fire?
What is it your skills you have?
I'm good with a sword, a dagger. I'm good at
You can read.
reconnaissance.
So you're a sellsword.
If the coin is right.
Well, I'll talk to Jolly, see what he says.
Just before I do commit to anything, what exactly are you doing here? I like to know who I'm sticking my sword into.
Is that a euphemism?
It would be if it was Colbert.
Well, as we've said since you arrived, we're repairing the old castle. This is an old keep. Jolly hired a bunch of us to come in. We're repairing it. And then we have plans to protect the trade along the river from the depredations of monsters and bandits.
But you just said that this isn't a normal trade route.
It's not.
So why would you need to protect the keep if it's not for trade? If it's not a normal trade route?
It's not a normal trade route from land. You didn't come from land. You came from... I'm sorry. You didn't come from water. You came from land.
So had we come from water, you would have treated us differently?
I feel like we treated you quite well. Is that under question?
I mean, is it normal to keep all your guests under lock and key, getting punched in the stomach when they ask questions? I'm committing to this lie.
No. We don't tend to punch our guests. And he sends an eye towards Garb, who ducks his head and backs back a few steps.
Note to self: give Garb 10 gold.
Didn't you already give him 10 gold?
And Holger says, "That is not how guests are treated. I will have a discussion with Garb, and we'll put it under investigation."
Don't be too hard on him. He was trying to defend you. Admittedly, it must be a little difficult when a group of strangers comes in and is forcefully asking questions.
Are you saying you were being interrogated?
I'm saying I was trying to do the interrogating. He put a stop to that. Again, I'm very curious about joining.
If you wish to join, I can set up a meeting with Jolly.
I'd appreciate that if you don't mind.
Follow me.
Okay.
He pauses for a moment and eyes the rest of you. The rest of you heading on then?
If it's the same with you, we may just wait to see if poor Liam here does join. Otherwise, we'll probably take him with us.
He looks between Liam and the party. It sounds like he is wanting to join. I'm confused.
So are we.
Perhaps you all should have a discussion.
Perhaps we should.
All right.
Why don't we talk about this after I meet with this Jolly?
Fair enough. I have to say, this is all quite unusual.
Well, we live in unusual times. I'm sure you heard about the cave-in or the sinkhole at Red Larch.
What?
There was a sinkhole at Red Larch. It was a thing. Things are weird. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, that's a 10.
Oh my god.
I'm just not doing well with persuasion right now.
Holger looks at you, Liam, a moment. He eyes the rest of the group. He eyes Garb. And then he turns back and looks at his two guards a moment. And they seem to share a look. He looks back at you, Liam. I get the sense you don't have the best intentions for our keep here. I think it's time you all left.
Of course, I would not want to outstay our welcome. We'll be taking him with us then.
Please do. And he makes a motion with his fingers, and the guards come around to the side. And you hear as they unsheath their weapons and they guide you towards the gate.
Sorry. I feel like we're on the wrong foot here. I want to join. If you pay the right coin, I'll even cut to even make it a little easier. As a matter of trust, I'll give you half my normal rate. When you feel that I'm trustworthy, we can renegotiate. I'll even give you my short sword, my main weapon.
Holger eyes you.
Kendra, Rowan, I think it's best we be off.
Very confused, but alright.
He speaks to Holger steps forward and says to all of you, we may be a military keep. I hope you understand. We have to have trust between us. And right now, one of you is saying a lot, and the rest of you are looking quite suspicious. We've given you shelter. We've given you food. I feel like we've done more than our part here. I think it's time for you to leave. Should you need shelter in the future, please feel free to consider us.
Of
From
course.
the water.
We'll chat to her about next time. Thank you kindly. Before we go, just another matter. You wouldn't happen to know of anything along the shore headed north that we might run into in our travel?
You headed north?
Yes. If there's any other keeps or forts we might be on the lookout for.
If you're heading north along the river, you're going to come across the Sacred Stone Monastery. The wilds of the Dessarin Valley are not something to take lightly. That's why most stick to the roads.
Of course, and thank you for your sage advice. We will best be headed out now. Liam, are you coming?
Now we kind of want to leave through the other direction than when we came in, right? Because the whole point was to go through the keep.
Yeah, Holger is definitely flanking you towards the gate, which you hear clanking as it starts to raise again.
Well, we've got to give those boys a workout after all. Let's go.
All right.
Okay. Liam, are you following as well?
You're muted, Liam.
That explains why no one heard me say, "Can I do a sleight of hand check?"
No!
You have 4 people staring directly at you.
And they're
Well,
on edge about you, like.
Well, it's a sleight of hand check to flick.
Are you trying to steal from Flick?
No, I'm trying to pass something to you.
Oh.
You have 4 people.
Yes, but I have a sleight of hand of +7. DM, can I?
So you want to... What are you trying to do?
I want to pass. I want to pass on my. Well, damn it! It has to be something small. I don't have anything prepared yet. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to do a sleight of hand check.
The guards start ushering you towards the gate.
I'm going to stay behind. I'm going to commit to this.
Okay.
But I'm also going to tell everyone, don't take it personal. Just know that, I look forward to meeting our bard friend again here when the sun sets, as he crosses paths here, or crosses this way.
Flick turns to Kendra. He's going to get thrown out.
Definitely.
Make a deception check.
Ooh, okay. I'm not rolling very hot right now. I really want to investigate this keep. There's so much we don't know yet.
Flick's just going to stand there, lightly smacking her forehead against the wall until this entire escapade is complete.
That's an 18.
Yeah.
Okay. So they don't seem any more turned off by whatever words are coming out of your mouth.
Than they already are.
However, you do see Holger look to the guard towards the south, and he gives a slight nod, and he comes towards Garb. and you see him kind of grab Garb's arm and lead him away.
Where are you taking him?
No offense, but you're not quite part of our military ranks yet, so you'll learn the ways soon enough.
What is the way?
Is the outer gate open? Can we leave?
Yes.
Bye, Rowan.
Like, what the fuck is Liam doing? I go out the gate because I'm like, I let Liam do Liam.
I'm in danger.
Whoops.
You're in a lot of danger.
Oh God, fat guards. Liam's greatest danger is from himself.
No, I think Liam's greatest danger is when he comes back.
Is there going to be enough of him that comes back for Kendra to blow up?
Who knows? Who's a cleric?
One of the guards steps up to you, Liam. The female guards. And says, "Who is it you worship?"
I worship the wind.
I feel like that's a bad answer.
And she looks over at Holger, who just eyes straight-faced back at her.
Although to be fair, when I say the wind, I just mean the blowing breeze. I go where it takes me. I worship who pays me.
This one. The female guard shakes her head. Really, Holger? Holger shakes his head and then points it towards the gate. The two female guards point their swords at you. And Holger says, "You've no place here, son. Follow your party as is."
Fair enough. I won't force the issue, but please, tell me where you're taking that guard who hurt me.
As I
At
said,
the,
you've no place here.
at the very least, give me that closure. And
What
then I'll leave.
more do you require of us to give you?
An
Other
answer.
than the open gate for you to exit. And you feel the point of a sword in your back.
At least he's being escorted out the west side and not the east side.
I mean, the east side is water.
That's
Exactly.
That'd be really bad.
You'll be swimming with the fishes.
Okay. And I'm in the hallway, and the rest of the party see or hear me.
As soon as you step past the threshold, you hear the clanking, and it just goes really fast. And the iron bars behind you fall into the ground loudly. And you see Holger and the two female guards standing there, watching you.
So they're separated from me.
Mhm.
It's a portcullis.
Okay. Can the rest of the party see me to the west?
Yeah, the doors at the front are still open.
I'm staring at you.
Okay. I'm gonna just walk down and look at Rowan. Give Rowan an apologetic look. Just say, "I'm sorry. just have my back. And I'm going to pull out my short bow.
Okay.
And I'm going to
Time to leave, Kendra.
I'm going to fire an arrow at one of the female guards.
Okay.
And that is, oh goodness, it's been a while since I did this. Roll and then plus the hit DC.
Hold on. Give me 1 second, because
Okay, just metagame, like outside of character. I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to investigate that place. I was never going to leave the party.
Oh, at least out metagame, out of character. I knew you were doing something suspicious like that. I didn't expect you to leave the party. It was just that's why I was like, well, maybe we should just hang around until whatever the heck happens.
But now that they took Garb, I have to do something.
When did this become a rescue?
While you were on the phone.
We have been Liam'd again.
I don't like that phrase.
Ray doesn't like you either.
all right. So you're going to take. Go ahead and roll.
I don't like the fact that you said I'm going to take something. That's,
You're standing under a gate.
oh dear.
Do you know what a murder hole is?
Oh my god, I learned about this in Ireland. Oh my god, no!
Do you know what a murder hole is? Do you know anything about castle construction? You are literally in the worst possible place you could be in any kind of engagement. You are standing in the kill box.
Go ahead and roll, Liam.
You started it. You can't go back now.
Do I have to roll, or can I just have the bow and arrow out saying, what are you doing with Garb?
If you'd like.
I'm gonna go with that.
Okay. So you turn around with drawn arrow, and immediately you see Holger and the 2 female guards take a step back.
Oh no.
And
Quick
you
turn
hear
for Kendra.
Holger
What
call
is?
out, "Yep." And you hear some things happening above you. Are you waiting for an answer?
I'm gonna back out.
I'm reaching forward and I'm grabbing the back of his shirt, and I'm without even saying anything to him. I am yanking him backwards.
Okay. Make a strength check.
Hit him over the head.
Yeah, really. 14.
Okay. You're able to get your hand into him and yank him back through the doors.
To be fair, I have like a -1 strength, so you can definitely like pull me anywhere. Where is Garb?
So Rowan, as you're pulling Liam, you yanking him back, you hear him calling out pleadingly for this person named Garb that you really don't know anything about, but you're easily able to drag him backwards. And Liam and Rowan, make dexterity checks for me. I'm sorry, dexterity saves.
Ooh.
16.
19.
Okay. Rowan, you're the one that noticed it mostly, but you hear a whoosh, whoosh, sound, a rushing wind, and you feel it passing by you as you're dragging Liam struggling behind you through the gates. And you do see arrows embedding into the ground. Are you guys going to continue on? Or if you're going to continue dragging, we can enter an initiative here. Or Liam, if you plan to go on your own, it's totally up to you guys. What are you doing?
I keep pulling him back, and I'm like, Liam, you need to calm down. There's a time and a place that you need to think this through. So, however, if he wants to struggle against me or...
What are you doing, Liam?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at like my personality traits right now. Trying to fit into what he would do in that moment.
Where is the wind blowing?
What you're doing right now is not going to help your friend, or whoever it is you're trying to find out about with them.
I'm gonna struggle. Probably one of the better things you guys can do is knock me out. But I'm just gonna keep asking, where is he?
Okay, so you hear more voices starting to join and some shouts coming from on the other side of the wall. Flick and Kendra, make perception checks.
Oh boy. Starting to look like a day for target practice. 16.
What'd you get, Flick?
7.
7? Okay. Kendra, as you guys are running forward, Kendra, you see off to the distance, the way the sun is coming through now that it's coming up. Your eyes are drawn just naturally towards it, and you see some glinting from the sunlight against metal armor, and you see metal, sharp metal, tracking your movements. Make dexterity saves.
Oh no, they're firing
Kendra
volleys of arrows.
and Flick, since you're the first two coming out that way.
Can't see my die one. 19.
Okay.
17.
Okay. Both of you, Kendra, as you and Flick are running, Kendra, you seeing these metal things following you, you give out a quick shout, look out! And just as you do, Flick and Kendra, you both are able to have enough warning that you see the arrows coming towards you, and you're able to dodge them.
Flick is at this point just backing away from the wall with hands held out.
And you see 2 guards on the top of the wall that are tracking you, and they are reloading. And you hear more shouting coming from behind the walls. Do you guys plan to keep running? Or what do you plan to do?
Oh, we're not staying here.
I didn't have a problem with them, but then they started to shoot at me. Just looked to Blake. I'm going to fire back.
Okay.
Be my guest.
I'm gonna put down my bow. To be fair, I rolled 1 to 10, 11 to 20 about what I was gonna do.
So what
I'm
are
gonna
you
put
doing?
I'm putting down my bow.
You're putting it down?
Yeah. So I had to roll because of my personality traits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put down my bow and just this isn't over.
Who are you saying that to?
I'm gonna say it to Holger.
Holger is off to the side of the portcullis, just kind of peeking around, and he hears you say this. And he says, "Well, that's a shame." And he looks off to the guards at the side and nods at them. Either walk away in peace, or don't walk away at all. We offered you nothing but shelter and food and kindness. And this is how you repay us? The guards on the wall, Kendra, you and Flick, you see them drawing back arrows and hold. And Holger, slightly emboldened by the fact that you have placed your arrow or your bow down, Liam steps in front of it. Most our guests come from the water. You came from the land. You asked for our help. And this is how you treat it. Don't come back here. Or you'll face the entire army of the keep. The full force. And believe me, that is not something you wish to step into. And he turns and walks out of your sight.
Now that we're done burning bridges, we should probably leave Arrow Ridge.
Oh, I still kind of want to burn a bridge.
You can do that on your own with Liam there.
Let's all take a breath. There's only 4 of us, and we have no idea how many people are in there.
So it's a fair fight.
That it is. They know their surroundings. We know nothing about this place.
Let's have this
We need to be
conversation
rational.
further from the walls.
Liam's just gonna walk off, not happy, very silent, and just walk off.
I bend down and pick up his bow.
You, Rowan, when you do, you hear stretching sounds of, you would recognize. It sounds like bows pulling back at the ready.
I'm grabbing the bow at the top of it, and I'm putting a hand up, basically showing that I have no intention of doing anything, and I slowly back it away, but backwards, so I can still see them.
Okay. So you guys back away. Are you heading west along the road, or do you intend to continue north?
Well, we're getting out of range of the keep first, and then I think we were still headed north.
Okay. So you guys head west a ways. Um,
Out of arrow range.
yeah, you guys head west a ways to get out of the range of the keep, far enough away that obviously arrows, yeah, would not be able to hit you. Um, and yeah, what are you doing from there?
Asking Liam what the fuck was his plan.
I'm afraid I must side with the keep on this one, Liam. They did offer nothing but hospitality, and everything you did seemed to be spitting in the face of it.
I'm just going to ignore that and keep walking. While also sort of still thinking about Garb.
So Liam walks off in front of the rest of you, and it's clear he's angry walking. um, Still staying within range of the rest of you, but clearly not wanting to talk. As you guys start continually heading west, until you get far enough away from the keep, out of arrow range. Those of you that do look back, you would be able to see there are more guards, quite a few more that have taken up. You just see distant shadows with the sun coming up over many heads and shadows moving along the walls. Do you guys want to start heading north?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Beginning to suspect my concoctions are the least volatile thing we have here.
You're not wrong. And I say that with more disdain in my voice than I've ever had. I'm a little upset about what happened. And as we're walking, I'm gonna quickly catch up to Liam, and I'm gonna hand out his bow to him. Say, you need to keep this. If we're having a talk later, and I'll back off.
Go back on my bag and I just keep walking. My hand's on my dagger the whole time.
Okay. So you guys go, we'll say maybe half a mile west before you start making your way north. And it's the same brownish hills. It starts turning quite a bit more rocky, a lot less grassland. This seems much more almost canyon-like, is the type of rock and dirt that you are starting to traverse through. Hills of rolling hills of rock, red rock, yellow rock, and it's just not as much grassland or trees. Um, and you're having to climb some steep areas here and there.
We're wanting to keep to the river at least so we can navigate based on it.
Okay, so you make a wide circle around Riverguard Keep, making your way east again. Okay. So, as you guys are headed north, you had several miles heading back towards the river eastward. When you come towards it, it takes some time, but you do have to crest down several steep, kind canyon-like. But you're able to easily traverse it down. There's a lot of footholds and slight paths along the way that you're able to get down towards the river. And you start making your way north again. And before long, let's see. You start to see something off in the distance, and you realize the area you're traversing next to the river, there is actually a path just to the side of it that you're able to easily follow. Less of a path and almost more of a trail. It's a lot of empty, rocky space, but you see an area in between some rocky, cavernous area. And the more you follow the trail, it leads into an ever narrowing defile between bluffs that are almost wind sculpted like sandstone. Eventually, as you're going along, the walls draw in so closely that you can reach out and you can touch either side, both sides.
I would like to look up.
Okay. As you look
This-
up, blue sky.
It just feels like an ambush.
We're so far off any reasonable roads. Who would bother planting an ambush here?
I didn't think we were going to find a keep, but we did.
At any rate, if we're passing through here, we seem to have lost sight of the river. Did someone have the map we were headed towards?
I'd like to hope that Sora didn't have the map.
Sora did have the map
Well...
in the journal.
Wow, things get a bit heated there. We'll have to come across another one. But the river should at the very least take us to somewhere more populous, if we keep to it.
Well, this trail seems like people travel it. It looks worn.
Yes, let's hope it's people. We're far from the cities out here.
But you were oh so certain that no one was going to ambush.
No one, yes. Doesn't mean people are the only things out here, though.
You think you can climb these walls, Flick?
Stone is not kind on my hands, but I could give it a try. How far up would the top of the cliff from where we are be?
Oh, from where you guys are?
Yeah.
It's It's high up. Like you're talking like 150 feet.
Gonna turn back to Rowan and just.
I just figured I'd ask. You've
Breeze
impressed
up
me
on
with
me.
climbing the keep.
The keep was in, well, less solid than this.
You guys gonna keep going down this path? Turn back? What you doing?
I say we see where it goes. We've already come this far.
Onwards.
Okay. So as you guys continue down this very narrow path, it winds and you can't even tell which way you're going. It winds so much. There's a couple times, Rowan, where you've had to turn sideways. It's a trail. It's not a path. It's definitely a trail. And there comes a point where the narrow trail suddenly opens into this hidden like canyon. As it opens up, you see a sprawling monastery. It has dark, narrow windows, red tile rooftop, and it stands right in the middle of this almost natural amphitheater opening. It's ringed by sandstone cliffs all around it. Ahead, a weathered flight of stone steps leads up to the closed monastery doors. The plain doors are made of heavy timber with iron studs, and a dusty floor path circles the building.
Well, I feel this is the monastery that that had been mentioned to us. It's a shame we couldn't have gotten a bit more information on it.
Do you think they're friendly?
At the very least, they don't know us.
So they're friendly.
Given our track record, that seems to be in our favor. At the very least, it's not a military structure, so they may not be immediately threatened by us.
Do you recognize anything, Kendra? I feel like your knowledge of religions is better than mine.
Are there any... Is there anything that would catch my eye like the waves did for the last place?
Make an investigation.
Investigation. Oh boy. I have a +0 to that. But I don't need it, it's an at 20.
Okay.
I gotta get me whatever die Kendra's using.
Right?
DM, are you sure you didn't send me cursed die?
Your rolls have been admittedly pretty average. It's just
Yeah.
D&D requires high rolls.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it was a situation that you guys had stepped in.
Also, like, at the beginning, my rolls were terrible.
You were burning shit left and right.
In combat? But those doors?
Yeah, I feel like I only have good rolls when it comes to slicing things and stabbing things.
I don't have to roll outside of combat because I'm not trying to get people killed. Or whatever the heck that was with Garb.
No, have you guys ever seen The Wire?
No.
What?
I never watched it.
No. Never mind then.
All right. So
There's a specific way I was trying to go for the where's Garb. You son of a.
All right. Kendra,
Yeah.
as you are focusing on this monastery in front of you, this large building, um, you are staring at it, and instead of what happened previously at the Riverguard Keep, where you had something to focus on, which was the flag. Instead, this time, all you have to look at is the building itself, and you feel that warmth emanating from your amulet, as if it's drawing you in. And as you feel the warmth overcome you and fill you, you hear distant rumbling, almost like rocks, boulders sliding down the cliffside. And it becomes louder and louder, almost to the point that you feel yourself shaking and vibrating with the sound of it. And then you open your eyes and you glance around quickly, looking to make sure that there's no rock slide about to overcome you and your party.
Looking around, I immediately ask them, "Are the rocks falling? Are we okay? Is there anything falling? Please."
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
Is this
Okay.
going to happen everywhere we go?
Mayhaps. I don't know.
Are you
First I see
okay?
fires, then I hear water, and now I hear rocks. It's just a guess, but the next structure I might hear the torrents of wind. I don't know.
Now, if you're hearing rocks, perhaps we should tell that to the people of Red Lodge. That does seem to be what they were trying to listen to, after all.
It feels
They
like
may
that's
have
not a
more
great
information
idea.
on that.
If there are rocks that were falling, or if there's something possibly wrong here, mayhaps we should go and talk to anyone who is here in the monastery and warn them.
Warn them of falling rocks that you can hear but not see.
I don't know.
I start looking
Monastery?
around.
It's a monastery. They're used. I would assume that there's monks here, spiritualists, people who might take that as a premonition.
Or a possession.
Or possession. And if I'm possessed, I would like to get that out.
I'm afraid anything of the religious nature will have to fall on you, the two of you. It's not something I put much stock in.
Either way, my vote is to look around first before attempting to go in. Last time we kind of just went in.
Yes, but there doesn't seem to be very many ways to get here. You can't imagine we're not under watch.
And we saw Liam. He was just talking about how sneaky he was.
Liam
You
just
can't interpret smarmy through the beard.
I'll go check around back, I guess.
And if Liam
I'm still very much lost in my thoughts.
Well,
We'll
Liam's
have
going
to
to
find a
couch.
bard to bring him out of his shell.
Sorry. Okay, so
I'm gonna go see what's on the other side of the building.
okay.
I will go the opposite direction so we can kind of.
Okay. I'll go around to the left of it.
Then I'll go around to the right.
All right.
I'll chill here with Liam out front.
So
Staring at Liam. Staring. You can't beat a cat at a staring contest.
The cat stare. Oh.
Everything's dark.
yep.
This is our world now.
Oh no! What have I done?
It's Liam's world without garb.
Fair.
Oh.
I don't think you understand.
Oh man.
Wow.
Harsh. Okay. Hold on 1 second and I will get some of this.
Too soon, man. Too soon.
They're a fish
Alright.
cult. They're probably turning him into a fish monster. Because worshipping the sun was wrong and worshipping the wind was wrong. Clearly they weren't the earth guys, so that only leaves one other option.
It was called. I heard crushing wave when we were there.
Oh, fire. Got it.
Right, it's fire.
Okay.
I mean, if Kendra's involved, of course it's fire.
Hey,
All right. So you guys come to. Oops.
I'm gonna get like a light in front of me because when it gets dark, no one can see my.
I just see two small reflections in your glasses, like cat eyes.
All right. So, Kendra, are you headed east or west?
What's the orientation?
East, west. Normal orientation.
Okay, then I'm
Well,
going
let me
toward
look. Yeah,
going
normal.
towards the right.
East is right, west is left.
Okay, towards the rising sun I go.
All right. So, Kendra's headed east.
I'm going west.
All right.
If I need help, I will shout or make any other kind of noise.
Keep in mind,
Typically.
do you see how far you guys are from each other at this moment?
Yes.
Just keep
So I'm
that
about to
in
round a
mind.
corner. I'm about
Yeah.
to round a corner.
All right. So, Rowan, you come around that corner of the building. And yeah, you're just headed around. As you come around to the side of it, you see more of the wall. There are no windows that you notice. And there's just more of the cliffside off to the left or the west, with more rocks jutting up and around it. It really does feel like this is almost a sacred area, that this building was able to be built here in this ring of sandstone cliffs just surrounding it.
Well, they've gone off. Lick will turn to Liam and just kind of give a gentle tap to his shoulder. Liam, I am not one to judge. I'm simply curious. What exactly happened back there?
Look at Floyd. And I just say my fault. and then I walk away.
Now, Liam. We all have to make decisions that we may see as the best. They may not always be correct, but it is important to stay open about what our intentions are. I will not blame you for anything that comes of what happened there. I do believe you did what you thought was best.
Liam just keeps walking.
Like, we'll let him walk and just sit on the steps of the monastery.
Which
Break
way are
out
you
the
walking,
fire.
Liam?
Gonna walk south along the path to like where the I guess it opened up for us to come here.
Okay, so you're
I'm
going
just
back into the narrow path, the trail?
at the mouth of the narrow path.
Huh? Oh,
At
the
the
mouth.
mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just headed to the mouth of it. Okay.
Yeah. Like right where we came out. I'm just like out there and I'm just sort of like watching everyone.
Okay.
Hand still on dagger. Hand always on dagger.
Okay. So, Kendra, you also see the side of this monastery with the impressive sandstone cliff face around it. However, on your side, you do notice some steps
Ooh.
leading up to a doorway.
I would like to stealthily try to go over and look inside.
You're going to open the door?
Is there a window for the door?
No.
Oh, then yeah, open it just a little bit to peek inside.
Okay. You go to press the door open and it does not move.
Well, that doesn't work, but I'm keeping what I rolled for stealth because I like that number. So I thought you were gonna ask for it. With that not working, time to investigate around the corner.
Okay. So you come around the edge of the monastery and you just see more building wall and the cliffside that hugs. There's quite a bit of room in between, but any sound that is made impressively, you can somewhat hear your two party members, Flick and, well, mostly Flick. Her voice kind of off in the distance as it echoes along the sandstone walls with the shape of these walls around the monastery.
I just think that's really cool. And while she's just thinking about it, she also realizes anyone could have heard anything they said. So that's bad. Are there any windows?
No windows.
Alright. Mission Impossible, keep going.
You humming this out loud to yourself?
Well, they're off doing whatever. Flick is sitting on the stoop and is going to just pour a flask of ale. Figure someone has to hold down the front door.
Okay.
And Flick has brought a lot of booze with them, so.
You seemed a little parched.
I can hear you quite clearly from here.
All right. Why don't
No.
let's take a 10-minute break?
Cool.
That'll give me time
Sure.
to.
To spawn all the monsters that are about to kill us.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
All right. So
How badly have we derailed things? I'm curious.
it's D&D. You just gotta roll with the punches. No matter how off kilter they are.
Is this like an area we weren't supposed to find till like level 15?
We find a dragon.
All right. Give me 10 minutes. Bathroom
Yay.
break. Refill,
Right.
refresh. We'll be back in 10.
Let's also keep in mind that we're down a party member.
Look,
So
you don't need to be telling me that.
no, that wasn't to you. That was to us.
All right, hang tight. 10-minute break, guys. All right,
This stuff sucks.
everyone back?
I don't know if
I'll turn my camera on once I'm done eating.
You're fine.
Liam.
I don't think he's back yet.
Out of character, I feel kind of bad for Liam and his new friend. In character, I have no idea who this guy was. And now Liam won't talk to anyone, so we have no idea what happened.
In character, Kendra was just mad that she got shot at.
Who knew I had to be like a level-headed one? And Flick, but
I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing to these people, and I got shot at.
well, you're associated with Liam, so yeah.
And I'm associated with a problem. So why would they make that connection happen?
Okay, so Liam is basically a bundle of fireworks, and Kendra is a kid with matches. And this is just kind of what happens.
I don't like these implications.
I mean, you basically just picked a fight with an entire fort over somebody nobody else has met, and you won't tell anyone what the hell just happened.
All right. So, Kendra, coming back from the break, Kendra is investigating the east side, and Rowan, you are investigating the west side. There are no openings that you see along the building, no windows or anything. It's just a stone building wall, mixture of stone and wood and tile roofing. It all seems very congruent with the sandstone walls surrounding it.
I'm gonna continue to keep going down. Try to get to the other side.
As will I, while looking for windows.
All right. Rowan, we'll start with you. So you continue to head north along the walls of the monastery. And Rowan, you would hear it too. Sounds, not just coming from behind you, but some sounds coming from above too. Every now and then you'll hear the cry of an eagle. And as it comes down and echoes along the walls, you don't even see the eagle, but you hear it pass around, as if the entire surrounding of the sandstone area where this monastery sits is just one giant amphitheater. And you continue to skirt around the building and find an area where it does start to turn towards the back. And as you come around the backside, you do notice there is a set of stairs and a doorway set into the back.
I will walk up and check to see if the door is unlocked.
Okay. There's no actual handle on the outside, so you press into the door and it does not move.
I lean my ear against it to see if I hear anything coming from inside.
beyond the thick wooden door, make a perception check.
$17.
Okay. So you can hear vibrating through the wood what vaguely sounds like fire. And you can almost, a lot of what you're in with this canyon, the air, especially where you're at, most of it rises up. So you have very much a sense of smell of dirt and rock and a slightly dense air that raises into the sky. But as you lean against this door, you get a smell of almost like bread baking, smell of kind of food and such. You can hear some slight clanking in there. That's about it.
Okay, well then I'll continue my journey around the building.
Luck's just gonna stay where she is, but and keep an eye on Liam, who is moving about, not suspiciously this time, but just kind of sad over there.
Rowan, you do notice there are 2 windows on this side. One by the stairs, but it is pretty high set to where you can't really see within. Both are. And as you go around towards the back, you see that the sandstone surrounding the monastery opens up towards the back, leading towards a wide path behind it.
And I'm going to continue to just follow along the building itself because I want to reach around to meet Kendra.
Okay. Kendra, are you continuing towards the back as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Kendra, as you're traveling around, you don't see any windows. As you come around one area, you do notice there is a door, another door,
Ooh.
just off to the left. Yeah.
Gonna try to push on it, see if I can get it open a little bit.
Okay. And it does not move.
Okay. Gonna look around the corner again.
Okay. It is more of the back of the building. And you see a wide expanse towards the back. It goes all the way across. And you too see where the sandstone wall reaches around and seems to have a wide path, but it quickly narrows towards the back and closes off. And eventually, you see a familiar form coming towards each other. Kendra, you and
Wave.
Rowan both see each other.
Wait. Anything on your side?
Just some doors and some stairs to more doors. I couldn't open any of them.
I had one door and also couldn't open it. I did listen towards it, and I can hear some movement inside, and it almost smells like bread's being made or something.
Huh.
I did find 2 windows as well, but I'm not tall enough to see. I wonder if I lifted you on my shoulders, if you might be able to peer in.
Well, let's try it.
Is it, um, how tall are you?
I am 5'7".
Let's say I thought we were like, oh, I'm tall. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm 5'8". Um,
We lost the tall member of the party.
yeah. If
I
I
do have-
have Kendra on my shoulders, trying to look in, is a window within that reach, or is it higher than that?
You'd be able to, should be able to see through, or
Okay.
be high enough for it.
Strength check. Pick up Kendra.
Yeah. Follow me.
What's your strength?
+2.
What's the number?
14. If it's
14.
14 or 15.
14 times 15. Oh yeah, you could pick me up easy. You could lift 210, no problem. And I weigh 198.
Yeah. So
Well,
Rowan,
you and all your stuff.
Just drop the stuff.
yeah, Rowan, make an athletics. Just make a strength check.
Four.
Okay. So you lift Kendra up and heave her up onto your shoulders, and as you do, you're able to get her onto your shoulders, but you tip forward, and Kendra, your forehead smacks into the window.
Other than punishment for her, this feels like a punishment for me.
Lightly, not tough, just lightly.
You lose
But enough
1
that
HP.
enough
Damn it.
that you push away and shuffle back down.
Ow.
I had some bad foot in there. I'm sorry.
It hurt.
Are you okay?
Yeah, but it hurt.
How tall is the building?
We have a cat in the party. You should know, like, anything that looks climbable. It's gonna.
Oh. Okay. The lip of the roof is about 13 to 14 feet high. That's just the lip for you to be able to grab onto. And then it goes into steep points going up.
Look is just not getting up, but looking up and taking another swig of ale as she snaps her fingers and the cauldron unhooks from her bag and starts to scale the building.
Okay.
Just
I
to
just
take a
found
look
it.
with her head.
So the lip is about 13 to 14 feet, and the rest of the roof, where it curves upward, is about 25 feet above the ground.
Yep. It's Spiderpot's just going up the side of the building, seeing if there's any windows higher up or anything of interest on the upper areas.
Okay.
never know how to interpret the gesture you make.
Me?
Smiling and shaking. Yeah, smiling and shaking your head while reading something.
All right. So, give me an idea of which way Spiderpot's going.
Mhm. Straight up.
Straight north?
Yep.
Okay. Roll investigation. Or, I'm sorry, stealth.
On Flickr.
On Spiderpot.
I don't think it has specific. Let me find the thing for Spiderpot. It's buried in a weird
Spiderpot?
place on the character sheet.
Spiderpot. Spiderpot does whatever a Spiderpot does. I'm never gonna let that go anymore.
That's why I did it. Oh, it does have a stealth score. So that's a 19.
All right. So, Spiderpot skitters easily up the tile planks with barely a sound. And once he reaches the main peak, a straight, long peak at the main roof, he's able to crest over, and all he sees is the surrounding cliffside, the sandstone. But there is an area off to the right, to the east, where there is a garden, an open garden, the area that Kendra had passed around. It has the tall walls, but Spiderpot is able to see down into that area, and there's a path that winds in and around, and it's a very well kept garden with big stones placed beautifully. Consider like a Japanese garden with these giant stones just kind of here and there along the gravel path surrounding the grassy knoll areas in there, with a couple of trees here and there and some statues.
Oh. I guess Spiderpot will go across the roof and see if it can locate the party members that had circled the building.
So Spiderpot goes north.
So, what's the shape of the roof like if it's up there?
So
Are there windows or?
yeah, there is the main roof that goes over, and then the taller part, the main portion, more towards the back middle, is where it goes up to the 25 feet. And it kind of curves down with two smaller sections off to the side that connect. They're all in a lot of sweeping up to points, flat areas.
If there's like a lower gap between the west side and the middle side, it'll go between there towards the back of the building.
Okay. And Spiderpot would see towards the back a redhead and a gray-skinned female towards the back, attempting to lift one up onto their shoulders unsuccessfully.
It's going to crest over the roof of the building, little feet made of bronze tapping against the tile, and take a peek in the window they were trying to get to. So just this little black orb almost shaped pot with brass feet just comes over the top of the building, headed straight for them, basically.
Rowan, you and Kendra would hear this little clicking happening and see Spiderpot cresting down towards you.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Spiderpot will come to the edge, and then with half of its legs curling over, the main portion of its body will look down, and you see what goes for eyes on it, these little dark brass eyes
It's got a little, like, dragon face near the base where there's a spigot.
Okay. It turns its body downwards and looks towards the window. And Flick, it would see just inside the window. It would see an area where there are some pots and pans along the wall directly to in front of it. And then off to the west, or from Spiderpot's position, looking downwards off to the right, there is a stone basin with hot coals smoldering in it, and two big brick hearths in the middle of the room, the portion that you can see. Sacks of flour, casks of salted fish, crates of dried vegetables, wheels of cheese. All of this are cluttering the walls along the edges. Well-worn work tables. There's a collection of mismatched cutlery. And that's about all they can see from the window.
Oh, well, it's gonna hop down and join the two of them for whatever they're going to be doing at this point. So they don't have to try to climb each other to look in the windows.
I just looked down at Spiderpot. I'm like, thanks, Spiderpot.
Party mascot.
Spiderpot does a little turn and dance with its little spindly legs and, like, looks at you expectantly. It skitters off a ways, and then the dragon face in it turns and looks back at you before it turns and starts heading west again around towards the building.
I suppose that was Flick telling us that we need to come back.
You're probably right. I would like to kind of see what's on the other side. You basically said that what we see that back there is like the path continuing north, or is it actually completely closed off?
That's a good question.
It is mostly closed off. It's a wide opening in the back, but it narrows so almost completely. You do see a dark line almost in the back far wall of it, though.
I guess we'll go ahead and start heading back to Flick and Liam.
All right. So you guys head back towards Flick, and you notice immediately, Rowan, because you would care, that Liam is not immediately in the vicinity. And
Where'd
you come
Liam
back.
go, Flick?
He wandered off. Suppose he probably needs a bit of time to himself.
Did you guys talk at all?
Not much, but I do believe he feels that he is at fault for whatever happened back there.
Well, he ain't wrong.
I still feel we did not get the entire story, but he'll tell us when he's ready, I'm sure. In the meantime, have we finished lurking about, and are we going to knock, or what's the plan?
Well, what did you see with Spiderpot?
It's quite clearly a kitchen. There was stoves, larders, pots and pans. As far as outside, I did notice a garden to the east. Like that may be where they're tending and supplying their foods.
What's with you and finding kitchens?
Now, not all of us have skills that are entirely built for combat. The kitchen is quite useful for both food and other materials.
Oh, well, of course. I don't deny that.
Can't get everything from the wild. And I'm not quite as good as starting fires as dear Kendra for it.
Well, no fires were set in the back of the building, I assure you.
Kendra, are you alright there?
Yeah. Something got in the way of me raising my desk. No fires were set. I didn't do anything. It looked. Also, when I was walking around, I could very clearly hear you.
Well, this
So,
whole area is...
whoever's here, if anyone is, could most likely hear everything you're saying.
Well, I didn't exactly intend to be stealthy here. That's more Liam's area of expertise. Wherever he may have gone off to. I guess that goes to show his point about being stealthy at once.
There were other doors, but they were all locked.
I mean,
Couldn't open any
if
of
you
them
lived
either.
out in the middle of nowhere, would you leave all your doors open?
But
Maybe one.
As far as the echoing and the sounds, there was a place similar to that back home for me. It's the way the walls are shaped. It tends to come back to you rather quickly and form an echo very close by. I suppose we should locate Liam unless we want to make our presence known first.
No. Let's wait for him. I'm sure he'll come back.
So you guys,
Look, we'll pass around flasks of ale for everyone, just as an offer.
hanging out in the steps of the monastery.
Sitting on the stoop.
Alright. So you guys take a seat, hang out on the steps.
We're basically fantasy hobos. We just go place to place and crash there until we're thrown out.
Yeah, 10
Hello.
minutes, 15 minutes pass, 20 minutes. You guys are really not making any attempts to be stealthy at this point. And it doesn't seem to matter. Nothing's coming out. You don't hear anything really happening inside. It's just you guys, and you can hear your own voices echoing around the area, reverberating.
Kendra, are you hearing any of your falling rock noises?
No.
I guess that's good.
Looks gonna start making breakfast, I suppose, since we set off in a bit of a hurry. Use a spider pot to cook a bit of a stew. It is still a cauldron, after all.
Alright, so Flick calls Spider Pot up next to him and starts throwing some ingredients in and starts creating a breakfast on the stoop of this monastery.
Soup and ale.
It helps to be well supplied.
Liam, off towards the opening, you're kind of in a shadowed area at this point. You can hear everything going on, the way that sound travels. Do you continue to stay where you're at?
Yes, and I keep thinking about what just happened, or what had happened before,
Okay.
with feelings of guilt.
I'm gonna get up because I'm tired of waiting for him. I'm gonna go where Flick said that he went. Did Flick say where he went?
Yes.
Just that he wanted off.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Flick points you towards the area where he went, which is the opening that you guys came through. So Kendra,
All right.
yeah, you head off towards the opening. As soon as you are getting towards it, the sun is blocked a bit from you, and your eyes are able to adjust to the shadowed, narrow passage, and you see just a little ways off a figure just leaning against the wall, just looking down.
Was it Liam?
Roll an investigation check.
17.
It certainly looks like Liam.
It's not a ringing endorsement.
It looks like Liam, but grumpier.
Oh. Kendra's going to approach and sit down next to him.
Liam, you hear the form, and you could hear it coming for a bit because of the way sound works in this area. The crunching of rock and gravel, feet coming towards you, and then the shifting form kneeling down and sitting next to you against the wall.
I slowly pull out my dagger as I look over to see who's next to me. And it's Kendra, right?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no sort of magical trickery here. Okay. I'm watching you, DM.
As far as you know, it looks like Kendra.
Puts the dagger back.
You know, the person who's exploded you on more than one occasion.
Pull the dagger out again. I put the dagger back, and I just keep looking at where we came from, like down the narrow path.
So you're going to look past Kendra down the path, or the way you came from. I'm sorry.
The way we came from.
Yep, you're looking away from Kendra back down the way you came.
Yep.
I know that look. The look of someone who has a lot on their mind and a lot of guilt.
Don't speak of things you don't know.
I might know a thing or two about it. But that's neither here nor there. Why are you acting like this?
My fault.
Then I definitely know a thing or two about this. What exactly was your fault?
By the way, just a side note, DM, is it Garb with a B or Garp with a P?
Garb with the B as in boy.
Okay, that was driving me crazy. So I keep shifting between the two because I wasn't sure.
Like something you put on.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, Becca. What happened? My fault. That's all. No one. No victims. Nothing more.
So you're upset that what? We got kicked out? That they rained a volley upon us that none of us got home by?
A man may be dead because of me. I'm not an enemy. Not someone who actively tried to kill us. I'm not a monster. A man who's just looking for work. They're doing something to him. And it's my fault. No victims. No one. No. No victims. That's all. I'll find. They'll get theirs. That I promise. And Liam makes it very clear that this is where the conversation ends. Like with his body language, like this is the end. I'm not answering anything else.
Everyone
You're
is so
trying to close
perfect.
yourself off. But I'll tell you a story from my village. Leave you here to mull over it. And then hopefully you'll come back and join us for stew. The story is that there were two girls that went into the woods. They were both playing, and they found an injured animal. They wanted to help it. When they approached, the hunters who had wounded it found them. Now to the hunters, the girls were just innocent bystanders. No one had wronged anyone yet. All they wanted to do was help the animal. All the hunters wanted was to kill the animal. After a bit of arguing, the hunter had taken out his frustration on the animal, killing it, and the girls were very upset. But his anger was only taken out on the animal for a moment, and then he took it out on them. Fearing this, the girls ran, and after some unfortunate chasing, the hunter died, falling to his death while chasing. The girls felt terrible, for they had done nothing wrong. They were just bystanders. They were just witnessing a cruel act that was befallen another man. But the girls were just racked with guilt, to the point where one of them was sent away. Both girls felt the guilt, but more so the one that had to stay. The story is meant to say, don't go poking your noses in other people's business when you have no right to. But what I think the story should say is, even if you try your hardest to help, something will happen that is out of your control. And you're going to be filled with grief because of it. Sometimes life just isn't fair. And that's a lesson that we are taught in my village, one way or another. Now come back when you want some stew. Kendra gets up and leaves.
Kendra gets up and walks back towards the others. Flick and Rowan
I imagine we heard everything just because the way
You
the
could
sound worked.
you could hear most of it. It because they're talking so softly. Some of it's a little hard to distinguish, but you could absolutely hear quite a bit of it.
So in that case, Kendra walks away. Liam is still looking out at where they came from,
Mhm.
holding his dagger, feeling guilty about Garb, and says to himself, Zell, Ian, Lori, Van, I'm sorry, I failed again. But all he says loud enough are the four names. Which, by the way, DM, I'll send you those names because I kind of came up with those names like in the past 2 weeks.
Thank you.
I realized I never sent you those names.
I was like, I don't think those are in my notes.
Well, I'll send them to you because
Okay.
I realized after our last game I need to start like mentioning those names at some point.
I get where I know where you're going.
Okay,
But okay. So,
I'll put them in the private chat right now.
all right. And then
It's a good thing some of us have keener hearing than others.
so Liam, did you say you were heading back towards the group? Or you're staying where you're at?
I'm going to stay where I'm at for now and eat my rations that
Okay.
I still have my my bag. But that's my last ration. So going forward, I need to buy some more or start eating.
Except for
Everyone.
you.
Okay. So we are getting into probably like mid to late afternoon now at this point. You guys have traveled around this monastery. Um, you can tell there's movement in there. There's definitely life inside of it. Someone's tending to that garden. There's definitely sounds coming from the kitchen, some smells, um, but still no one approaches. Um, what do you do?
After eating, if Liam hasn't come back yet, gonna just stand up and proclaim, I'm gonna walk in. Or knock on the door really loud. Whichever happens first.
At least knock first.
I think it's time we knock.
So, Kendra, you walk up to the door, and these are thick doors, so you pound your hand on it, and everyone, Liam, you included, you can hear this echoing around, this pounding noise around the sound, to the point that it sounds like it goes around, and you can almost hear it come back and circle around. It takes a couple minutes, but eventually a small little section of the door slides open, and you see a bald-headed individual that looks through, eyes you, Kendra, looks past you, and then just looks right at you, Kendra, questioningly.
Hey. We were just heading up through here, trying to get through this pass, trying to get to the other side, and stumbled across this. Leaves. We were told it was a monastery.
This is the monastery.
Right. Well, we've been out here for a while, and we wanted to make sure we weren't intruding on anything. So, thought we'd ask if it was fine if we took a short break out here, as well as whilst we were approaching, we heard the rumbling of some rocks. Hoping to tell you in case there was something wrong.
You're in a canyon.
Yes, so are you.
Rocks fall all the time.
We're just
And
worried
it
for your safety.
seems you've already taken your break. Is there more I can do
Yes.
for you?
I suppose I have another question then.
The thing slides closed. And a moment or two, a good 25 to 30 seconds later, it slides back open. And instead of the pretty featureless monk previously, the bald-headed, you see a golden mask. It's almost startling compared to what you had seen previously, but it's in the shape of like a scowling gargoyle. And beneath it you hear a female voice. What do you want?
Well, if the other person would have just waited a few seconds after the warning that I thought you should know, I was going to ask for our travels, is there anything we have to worry about if we continue through? You might know the area better than us, so thought I should ask that.
The monks here do not leave the monastery. Though I can tell you, the path continues on through the back. It is narrow. You will want to be careful of falling rock. But that is all I can offer you.
Alright. That is it for my questions.
Would you care for some ale?
The opening slides shut.
Why is everyone so rude around here?
I find this to be a rather common trend amongst more religious sects. Worshippers tend towards strange habits, after all.
I want to know what's going on in there.
It's a monastery, I would imagine prayer.
I feel like these things that I'm hearing and seeing and feeling, there's something going on, and I really want to know what it is.
If it's happening to you in different locations, and it's only you each time, perhaps the answer is internal rather than in the places we visited.
Only happening in this stretch of land that I have never been to before in my life.
At any rate, unless we're going to cause trouble for these monks, we may wish to move on. Hate to cause any more altercations like we had at the keep.
Just for the sake of my own mental state, can you please cast Detect Magic?
Very well, but the range is not so good, and thick walls tend to hamper it. Give me just a moment. Like, pulls the spider pot around, flips the lid shut, sealing the stew that's left inside as it turns upside down, and she uses the embedded pearl within it to cast Detect Magic. Which I don't think is actually required, it's just I'm thinking of a different spell.
Okay.
Since they're not put off by us just sitting here, I suppose I don't mind another 10 minutes.
And it's in a 30-foot sphere?
30-foot bubble does not pass through a foot of stone.
Okay.
I can throw it up.
You don't get a sense of anything.
There's certainly nothing here at the door.
Right.
Did anyone recognize that mask at all?
It was terrifying, but no.
I did not get a clear look at it. It was Kendra at the door.
Kendra will take off her amulet and just out loud ask, what is in there that you want me to look at?
Do I detect anything on Kendra's amulet?
Yes, you do detect some magical properties coming from the amulet.
Tell what type of, what school of magic it is? Because that's part of the spell.
Galen.
If there
Radiant.
is one.
Radiant.
Let it go damage type.
I'm not going to press it.
You learn any school of magic, if any, it applies to a school of magic. But DM can say there's no school of magic that has this.
The school of magic is like thaumaturgy, necromancy, abjuration.
Divination.
I mean, to me, it would be more of a divination thing.
And I have no further questions at this time. Just clearly something Kendra is doing something with. And she hadn't cast the spell.
I just wanted to see if it would work.
She's a wizard or a magic person of some kind. I expect to see all kinds of strangeness.
Oh, I tried. Gonna put it back around my neck. Don't have a nagging feeling in the back of my head there's something here. And at the water place. Can't help but feel it.
Perhaps we should... We know where this is, so we can always return once we have a little more information. Or a better idea of what it might be you're looking for.
I do feel like we should press on.
You're probably right.
This monastery isn't going anywhere.
Just have this feeling that there's something here, and at that keep that we left. Both times when I heard something, I felt like there was something we needed to find, that there was something important. And I don't know what.
Maybe you can get some insight if we continue our journey.
There's that place back in Red Larch that seems to be tied with some of the things going on. We can finish our investigation and return there. You did have one of the visions in the farmlands, didn't you?
Yes, a fire.
Once we return to Red Larch, that would be the easiest of these destinations. We could go and see if there might be anything strange there as well. Since the visions do seem to be tied to each of the elements so far, that would be the first place you had the vision, and probably the first place to truly start looking.
Right. Let me press on. Liam!
As you call out loudly, you hear Liam echo around several times around the amphitheater, like loudly.
Just for reference, to get out, don't they have to come back towards me?
I thought she said it was
The other
behind.
path
I
to the
thought she said it
north.
was behind.
There's a tight path behind the monastery that continues north.
Okay. I didn't see that on the
Potentially.
Potentially. It could go to our deaths, who knows?
Then I will rejoin the group, and the first thing I'll say is, as expected, a crowd always calls for me.
Pass Liam a flask of ale. I'll buy you this one this time.
I'll decline.
Really now. Ale is a good companion for sorrow. It takes the edge off.
No, thank you. Let's go!
All right, so you guys start heading around the building again. Headed east or west around? Which side you going around?
I say east. That's where the garden was.
All right.
Okay.
So you guys head around east towards the back of the building. You pass the stone wall where the garden was, and Flick. Now that you know that there was a garden in there, you can make out the sound of trickling water as you pass by as well, and you guys head towards the backside of the canyon, or the sandstone amphitheater, so to speak, and you come to a very, very narrow opening that all of you could absolutely squeeze through. As you come close to it, Liam, all of you, to a degree, you all feel coming towards this narrow opening. Where you were, the air, it was still, but it was still fresh. It was a denseness to it, but it still had a great deal of sky and air that could recycle through. As you come towards this small little opening, no air seems to pass through there, and it looks very tight. And you feel air actually coming out from it. And it brushes past you. And you, Liam, you almost hear a whisper. No. and that's it. You just hear a no pass by you. Do you guys want to proceed?
We don't. The rest of us don't hear any of that.
No.
Then yeah,
All right.
I'm upset. I rolled my die just to get out of my hand, and it was a nat 20.
Ooh.
What a waste.
Liam, you're the most nimble. You should be able to take a look ahead of us, get an idea of what we're dealing with here.
I'm sorry, I don't think this is a good idea. I just don't. So I'm just gonna walk around back to the front and go back towards that like path that we came from, and start walking back where we came, but hopefully not towards the keep yet.
So the three of
It's gonna be
you,
a rampage.
Rowing, Flick, and Kendra, you're standing next to this opening, and as
Just walks away.
Flick, you turn to Liam and say, hey, maybe you should go. You're the most nimble. You see him take a step back and say what he does, and he just turns and walks away. Do you want to proceed forward?
But I want to make it just clear that I did say this. I think this is a bad idea, which should say something to you guys.
You hear him saying this out of sight, but it echoes around. And you hear him saying this.
Bad idea.
Is it like a straight shot, or is there like a lot of, or is it just almost immediately a turn?
You just see darkness up ahead.
I cast Firebolt.
Down the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, give an electrum piece just to understand what any of you people are thinking. You're all mad.
So you cast Firebolt down through this narrow passageway, and instantly it lights up, and the Firebolt hits against a corner of the sandstone and just dissipates along it. And there's just a burn mark along the sandstone, probably about 15 feet ahead. And returns to darkness.
And what was the intent for that?
The intent, see if there was anything of immediate danger, and also to see how the flames reacted. If there was a volatile gas in there, then it would have exploded. Learned that with a marsh pit near a village.
If there was a volatile gas, we would have smelled it or detected it with the winds blowing from it. Here, Kendra, do you still have that light-up ball?
Yes.
May I see it for a moment?
It's my light. Fine.
You'll get it back. Flick will take it and affix it to Spider Pot, once again coming down from her bag as it goes out ahead into the crevice. Moving slowly ahead of them, but lighting up the way.
Alright, so Spider Pot heads down the crevice area, and it lights up. The shadows creep away as Spider Pot goes down and then makes that turn and continues down this narrow pathway for 30, 40 feet. Small, narrow turns in and around. 50 feet. 60. 100. Just continues on.
No sign of anything? Just a dark passage with wind.
Just a passage.
Liam seems very adamant about not going this direction. So back down to the river.
I'd prefer to travel along the river anyway. I'd still like to know why he was against this route. Or why anything he does, to be honest.
Forces of nature tell me now all the time.
Is that why you set the forces of nature alight?
Maybe.
See, progress. We can get somewhere with that. Recalling Spiderplat, handing the globe back to Kendra, and I guess heading back around the monastery.
Okay. So it takes a bit for Spider-Pot to make its way back. You
Just
return
as
the
a
globe.
note of intuition, if whatever's down there is warding poor Liam away, and you're feeling something strange here, that does seem to be the direction to find whatever it is that might be strange.
That would be compelling if Liam were here and we could then make this decision as a group.
I have a feeling it may be some time before Liam is up to making decisions other than walking away.
How long has it been since Liam started walking away?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Okay, so confident now that he can't hear us. I'm really worried about him. Like there's so much anger, guilt, and just frustration inside of him. I don't want that to change him into something that I don't want him to change into a monster from it. To just be filled by just guilt and rage and wanting just to see things burn.
Then we'll have to get him to open up a bit more, and you seem to be the best at drawing him out.
You mean the best at fighting him? Because we fight quite a bit.
Now, that's something you learn, is fighting brings out the honesty in a person. It shows them what they're truly made of, both inside and out. So fight if you must. It will give us insight into Liam's mind, more than his guarded words may.
But I'm with you, Kendra. I've been starting to worry as well.
There might be something that we can do, but I don't know it. He just seems very closed off, and it's annoying. It reminds me of my brother.
It reminds me a little of you, Kendra.
With that, we walk towards Liam.
With that, Kendra exits the conversation and starts heading back around. And you get a sense that maybe there's perhaps more than one party member.
Oh,
I look over at
there's
Flick.
more than one party member hiding things. Just shrugged around and follow along behind Kendra.
Alright, so you guys head back around the building.
My cleric friend, it's so much easier living without secrets, isn't it? It's one thing to not know something, but it's another thing to keep them.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no secrets.
Yes, we know you have no secrets, Kendra. We'll keep
Just
hearing you
ask
say that.
Ask me anything, and I'll answer it.
Liam, you've just been handed an open slate. Is there something you want to ask Kendra?
You hear Flick ask this, or announce this as they come around towards the corner heading towards you down the path you had originally come down.
Please don't burn me again.
That wasn't a question, but okay.
No, it was.
There's the Leeway now. It's good to see you coming back.
All right, so you guys head back down the way you came, headed for the, and it takes you a while to traverse back through the passage. It's not nearly as narrow as the one behind the monastery, but you wind your way back and forth through it, and you come out towards the open area of where you saw the Riverguard Keep previously. The river is off to the east, or from where you're standing off to your left, and there is more open area to the west or the right, where the cliffs turn into. You can climb the cliffs and go up.
Does it look like we might be able to travel alongside next to the river?
Cliffside, no. The river cuts through the cliffs. You could probably, there might be a very narrow area that could be walkable along the riverside as far as you can see.
How deep is the river?
It is very deep.
Yeah. I mean,
It's used to carry barges north and south along the trade routes. All ships pass this river.
yeah, it's wide. It's a big river, fast moving.
I would advise not going swimming in it.
Well, this will be difficult, but possible.
Well, I suppose we should see if we could find another path through the canyons then.
Should we go up over the canyons?
Certainly give us the best vantage point. Maybe we'll be able to see past the monastery if we pass that way again from above.
Yeah, you see off to the west, where the cliffsides start to really rise. You do see an area where you think you might be able to traverse carefully upwards. It's not necessarily a path or anything, but you should be able to, with good rolls, make your way up.
Boy, there's the keyword drop.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
With good rolls, you should be able to make your way up the cliffsides.
Does anyone have pythons?
Yes, I do. And a rope. And something that can fly.
Oh, would you look at that?
It's almost like I like to be prepared.
This would be an acrobatics check.
Good lord. What in the world? Sorry, that was not you. That's me trying
I'm
to
starting to think if we keep trying this, we'll just...
Oh no, sorry, that's athletics.
follow the party.
I'm starting to think if we just keep trying this without roads, we'll just keep hitting more dead ends. It might be best to find an actual route. And a map.
We don't need a map, we just need to keep going north.
Once the sun sets, can you tell which way is north?
Yes?
In the twisting canyons where we cannot see the sky.
We can see what's above us. The river goes north, doesn't it? As well as the sun sets in the west, so the moon rises in the east.
I have been lost many nights in places I could not see the sky, and it is not so simple to know your directions.
I'm sure it will be fine.
So you guys
So
going up the
whatever you-
cliff?
Party vote up the cliff, or
Up
Go
cliff or
find a
go
road.
find route.
How far up is the cliff? That's important.
It is.
it is important, or it is far up.
It's important.
Yes.
It would be an important fact for the DM to know.
We will break this campaign sooner or later.
The one thing D&D did not plan for, vertical movement.
I have a climbing speed. I'm totally prepared, and pythons and rope.
What was that middle thing that you have?
Hmm?
Before the rope, what did you say you have?
Pythons,
One more time?
Titan.
pythons,
P-I-T-O-N.
metal spikes
Okay.
you drive into rock to tie rope to.
Okay, I kept hearing Titan, and I'm like, what don't I know?
Yes, we have several Titans.
I do have a bag of holding. Could be anything in there.
Not a Titan.
It's mostly full of Flick's tools. You ever go to a toolbox and you just keep pulling screwdrivers out, but you never find the one you're looking for? That's basically a Flick's bag of holding.
I have two toolboxes. One, I have a toolbox and I have a tackle box full of art supplies. I don't know what's in there. I just keep pulling out random things.
That's Flick's bag of holding, except it's just tools. And Spider Pot is still full of soup.
Well, I'm sure it's keeping it warm.
I guess the thematic term would be pottage, because it's just whatever you throw in there to make stew.
Making stone stew.
Please, I'm not a troll.
It's 100 feet.
Are you okay, DM?
100 feet.
It's 100 feet up the cliffside. There are some good stepping areas, footholds, and stuff like that. Like we're not talking sheer cliff. Like it's traversable.
I can get us up 20 feet.
Relax, I've got this.
I mean,
Feel
there
like-
are areas that you could that look when you're looking up there. There are areas that look like you could possibly all fit, you know, to stop and regroup and move on and move up. And
Flick will lead the way, since he's the only one who has a natural climbing speed. And go ahead of the party using pythons and letting rope down to help the rest of them climb up the difficult areas.
If we fall,
I also have a hammer to put the hammer the pythons in, so
I have a scroll of wall of water. So we'll not land on rocks, just water that's constantly gushing upwards.
Wouldn't that be...
But, you know, I know what you're saying about surface tension. Because it's constantly moving, the surface tension on the top is fine. It's not flat. It's constantly being stirred. I, as a person, know this. Kendra does not. But I don't think Kendra knows what happens when you fall into water at a very high elevation.
I just want to point out that we'd essentially be filling up this narrow space with
we're
water.
out in the open area right now, against the edge of where the cliffs start.
Right, but this water would have to hold at some level for us to like fall into it, wouldn't it?
No, Wall of Water has set dimensions. It is a spell that lasts 10 minutes.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna
It's
roll athletics. Is that cool?
A roll of what?
Athletics.
I mean, are you trying to go up ahead of Flick, putting down pythons and rope, or just...
Do I want?
Flick is absolutely prepared for this kind of thing. She grew
I'm
up
not.
on the side of a mountain.
I grew up in a field.
I grew up in a place.
Why did my camera come?
Okay, Flick, do you?
Pythons and rope it is. A little slower going, but we should get to the top without too much trouble.
It'll be fine. Going up a rope will just take 15 feet of movement every turn.
Come now, Kendra. You sound like you've never climbed a mountain before.
I haven't! I've
Oh,
climbed a tree!
well, even humans learn sooner or later.
I'm learning. I come from a fishing village.
All right. So who's going up first?
Like,
Okay.
because I have good gear.
All right. Yeah. Roll athletics.
Do I get advantage because natural climbing?
Oh yeah.
Oh. What do I even have it? Athletics, you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is 18.
This is where the bad rolls start to come in.
No. No.
The
I'm.
dice.
Uh. Yeah. 18. Okay. Great. Yeah. You're able to scale up about 20 feet. To a small little ledge area.
I will hammer in a python and tie it to a rope and toss the rope down. Is there enough ledge here for the party to be?
At this point, just probably maybe 2 people at once.
So once the rope is in, I'll move up to the next stage.
All right, so the rope drops down to the ground to the rest of you, and you see Flick's cat-like form scrambling up another 20 feet. Who's going up next?
I'll go up next.
Go
So
for
now
it.
I have 2 people to catch me when I fall.
Send the person in heavy armor last so they don't fall on anyone.
Yep, roll athletics.
Use the rope.
Huh. Eight.
Okay. Kendra, you start climbing up, and your foot slips a bit. Fortunately, you heard Flick's voice about grabbing the rope, and so you grab onto it, but your feet are dangling in the air at the moment. And you're only about 10 feet up right now.
This is going well.
You
Liam,
got
cheer
it?
her on.
You gonna make it?
I hope.
I'm picturing the kid in gym class who's like off the floor and the camera pans back and is only like 2 inches off the ground. Hanging.
Okay. So if you want to proceed, go ahead and make another athletics.
Yeah, this one's better. 12.
All right. You're able to get up to that little ledge area. Who's coming up next?
I'll go.
All right. Go ahead and make the roll.
4.
Okay. You get about 5 feet up, and your foot slips, and you actually drop back to the ground.
Flick is sitting on the next ledge up, just kind of looking back down and taking a drag on her pipe. Just watching.
My bum. Do I roll again, or do you want to try rolling?
I feel like I
have
better I better stay behind you in case you fall.
Again.
Come on. No whammies. Let's do this. 10.
Okay. You're able to shimmy up. It's slow going. Your feet do slip several times. The day has been pretty taxing for you. So your mind's just very disjointed right now, but you're able to scramble up next to Kendra, where the two of you sit. And you see.
Okay.
And this is after I changed dice, by the way.
Change what?
I changed the dice.
I think I know how I can make this.
I have two
Pick it up.
sides. So I changed from like the blue ones I was using to the black ones.
We might be able to make this an acrobatics check.
It's supposed to not bring the ropes.
If we swing on the rope and then try to get to a higher elevation that way, that might make it an acrobatics check. So we'll have a little bit of help.
I think you're trusting in those pythons far too much, dear Kendra.
You call me heavy?
Is that really something you want to test here?
Are you attempting to swing and flip your way upwards?
Only if that is an acrobatics roll. If it's not, then I'm not doing it.
It sure would be. You'd be doing
Oh,
it at
boy.
about 40 feet in the air.
How would you play two right?
Just to confirm, there's more rope when I go up, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm willing. I got this. I'm so happy I got this. That's 17 plus 3, 20.
All right. Kendra, you're able to shimmy your way very impressively, swinging back and forth. I mean, you've watched Flick at this point, and you know how to lean back, arms straight, and letting your legs do the work as you pull your way up, and you land on the landing next to Flick. Rowan.
Great, now do it without the rope next time.
No.
Can't tell what the hell it is. Wait!
You get about 10 feet up, and the rope starts shaking a bit because of the back and forth movement that Kendra's doing further up, and you slip and fall off.
Oh no.
Fortunately, it's only a 10-foot fall, and you're not very short, so you only stumble a bit.
Can we not play with the rope?
Sorry.
Some of us still need to climb. I try again.
Go for it.
I need to see.
14.
Alright, you were able to strong arm your way up there, even with your armor and such on, clanking against your back. You're able to make your way up to the ledge with Liam.
So it's still all one rope then, so I don't need to pull up what's below me right now.
Yeah, it's one long rope that Flick has been affixing.
Okay. Is there any of your pythons like down? There was one right below the ledge I'm on, though, right?
There's one on the ledge you're on, and one on the ledge that Flick and Kendra are on. The pythons are less valuable than the rope itself. I only have 50 feet of rope. So we'll have to pull that up once we get to a larger ledge.
Yeah, because I don't really have a way to pull out the pythons.
If it helps, I've got 50 feet of rope.
We'll save that for rope trick.
So it's Flick's got to go again.
Yep.
Alright. Going up further. Well, we're 40 feet up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How big is the ledge me and Kendra are on?
You could probably get one more person up there.
I need Liam's rope. Liam, get up here.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
roll.
I'm ready to I'm watching underneath.
You know what would have been a really good idea? To cast guidance.
Oh, I totally had something too.
15.
You are able to scramble your way up there with no issues.
Just like rock climbing.
It
This is
is
rock
in fact rock climbing.
Wait,
Pass the
it
rope,
is a
Liam.
cantrip, and now you
Yeah.
have 2 people on the ledge with you.
I
So-
can't cast guidance. You can though.
I can.
I'm gonna give Flick my my 50 feet of rope.
Excellent. We're going
Can
up
I
further.
touch myself and give myself guidance?
Yeah, you're a creature, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's-
As I'm standing on the ledge by myself, I'm like, you know what? Guidance.
You guys up above see Rowan offer herself some self-love, and she gives herself a hug, and you see almost like a halo of light form out from her hands briefly.
Halo of lovely war energy.
And it ripples along her armor. And you're not quite sure if you really saw that, but go for it. Or wait, are you
I'm
going
going
up,
up
Rowan,
further.
or what are you
Well,
guys?
there's not enough room until Flick goes up further.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 17.
All right. You're able to carefully make your way up the rock wall, finding really good hand and footholds, and you get probably another 20 feet up, we'll say, to a really good sized cliff edge area. Or ledge.
All right, everyone. We can get to this spot and pull the rest of the rope up just fine.
I just realized Favored by the Gods only works on saving throws or attack rolls, not ability checks.
Saving throws will be
Okay.
nice when you fall.
Yeah. I was kind of banking on that. Now I feel a lot more vulnerable.
Well, there's another 20 feet of rope up. Rowan's still at the bottom. Kendra and Liam are at the middle, or at the next stage up.
I guess I can start climbing now.
Yeah.
Collect the python if you can.
I don't know how I'm gonna remove it. Oh, I should have taken Liam's pliers.
Do you have a crowbar?
No, I do not.
Why am I the only one with tools?
Because you're like a tinkerer.
I don't have a lot of combat versatility, but I can fix anything. Or take it apart. Well, the pythons aren't super valuable, just collect the rope once you're up to the next areas.
Well, I guess if I yank on the rope hard enough, it'll make the python come out, and I can try and grab it, but...
The rope is more valuable, I don't want to damage it halfway up the cliff face.
Alright. Well, let's see if I can climb. $16.
All right. You are able to scramble your way up next to Liam and Kendra.
Pull the rope up.
All right, you pull the rope up behind you. You see Flick up above already hammering in a new. What's it called?
Fighting.
Heighten. Thank you. Heighten into the rock wall, attaching the rope
Think-
to it.
I think it's supposed to be pronounced like Python, but my Michigan accent just makes me want to say Python.
I mean, I'm from Michigan too, so fighting.
Python.
Heighten.
Fighting.
Python.
Okay, so you guys are. Who's going up next?
I'll do it, since now I know I'm in danger.
Wait, and you're on the ledge with me, right?
Yeah,
The three of you are on the same ledge.
and Kendra.
I touch you and give you some guidance.
Yay!
You should ask for consent first.
Oh my god.
Make an attack roll.
Just to get it out of the way, Rowan, I give you full consent to heal, give me guidance, or any other buff towards me in the future. Done.
I appreciate it, thank you. Good to know. Because I do have...
Oh, I 100% needed that guidance. Hold on. How much does it give me?
You get to roll a d4 and add it on.
That might not help me. Well, time to be using these saving throws, I guess. That's a 6.
Okay. Make a dexterity save.
That is a 6, not a 16. Haha, almost. Almost at the wrong number. That's a 19.
All right. The rock you were standing, pressing your foot against, slips out and falls down, and you lose your gripping for a split second, but are able to grab onto it, and you're just swinging back and forth, your shoulder hitting into the wall, but you're able to maintain your grip on the rope.
Ow.
You okay
Do that
up
again.
there?
Doing just fine. Just gonna do it again and hopefully not fall. How long do I have guidance?
It's for a minute.
Doesn't it only apply once?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, one ability check of its choice. Yep.
Uh-oh.
So you already used it.
Is this athletics or acrobatics?
This is athletics.
I wish you didn't say that. That's a 9.
All right. So you slip about 10 feet down the rope, which puts you right back to where you had started with the rest of the group.
You know what? Someone else go next.
Are you coming or not?
I was trying to guide you, not keep you from succeeding. Good lord.
You know what, Liam, you go.
May I give you some guidance?
By all means.
Just briefly touch his shoulder.
Okay. How does guidance work again?
Add a D4.
You get to... Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
What was that?
You get to add a d4 to your roll.
Fantastic. Let's see what I get.
It'd be nice if Liam was a bard. That bardic inspiration would have helped.
We all have inspiration, don't we?
Yeah, we do, but what if we need it?
I haven't come into a situation where I would have needed it so far. It's the rest of you who can't get up a flight of stairs.
This is a little higher than a flight of stairs!
Come now, this is basically an easy walk back home.
Okay. I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
And how does it work again?
Reroll. Basically,
Reroll.
roll with advantage. Just do a reroll.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, Flick's homeland is a terrible place, so it's fun to make references to just terrible things.
Yeah, that's not much better. So the first time I rolled a 3, and then with the D4 it was a 7. Now I rolled a 5, and with the D4 it's a 9.
God.
And that was my inspiration.
I'm inspired, sort of.
So
This is a long 100 feet.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh,
Getting our rolls in now.
that's a 12.
Okay. You are able to, much in the same way that happened with Kendra, you are able to grip back onto the rope, and only slide a few feet down.
If I remember correctly, I distinctly remember being said that my dice are really good.
Flick sits up there, rolls her eyes, and throws down a second rope for the party.
So a second rope falls down.
Try again, Kendra.
Oh, damn.
I feel like I'm not casting guidance on you again because apparently it was opposite.
There's not much you could have done to help this. You know what? Since we can get inspiration again fairly easily because we all just for some reason have a lot of emotional trauma that we like to get out.
Are you doing anything with the second rope?
I didn't think to say anything. So unfortunately for this roll, no. But we
Okay.
are using that inspiration to take away that 8 I rolled.
Okay.
Can I help pull Kendra up with the rope? Just try to help at all.
17.
Okay. So you were able to shimmy your way up that rope and along the rock face to the ledge that Flick is on. And Flick reaches down and pulls you up onto the ledge, which is, it's about 8 feet wide.
How high up are we now?
60.
60 feet. 2 more to go.
2 more.
Who's next?
Liam.
You have
You get 2
Why don't we
ropes.
just send
2
Rowan up
ropes.
and why don't we just send Rowan up and then she could just drag us up?
Nope, we're not doing that. We're gonna do our best. We can't expect someone to carry us.
Literally.
I mean, we're talking about on the side of a cliff. Sometimes you just gotta give it.
Natural 20.
Oh, okay, Mr. Nat 20. Can't expect people to carry us.
At this point, you guys half assume that Liam's been messing with you, with the rate and speed that he shimmies up this rope. I mean, he's like swinging side to side and is able to, as he comes up to the edge of the lip, he kind of lets himself hit backwards as if he's going to fall, but then swings back up and jumps right back onto the ledge.
And just on the ledge, sitting there, just heart pounding, breathing heavily, sweat pouring, and she's just pissed at him for existing right now.
And then I bow. The flourish.
It's a long way down. I'd watch yourself.
Reach out as Liam flourishes and gently push against his forehead. Not enough to put him off balance, but just
Look at all 4 of
just
us.
a little
up there.
humility in there.
Can all 4 of us fit up here?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
a fairly wide ledge.
Okay,
Awesome.
so I'm taking the second rope and tying it around my waist. They're gonna try and climb.
Collect the rest of the rope that was below you.
I have it like over my shoulder, so I can get it back up to you here. Hey, dirty 20.
All right, you are able to also hand over hand just make your way up there. Not like Liam did. You're not flourishing or showing off. You're just making your way up there, and you get up to the ledge, and you accept the hand offered to you and pull yourself up and hand the rope back over to Flick.
So I hand him that rope, and I start pulling up the other two.
I'll
You
help
guys
collect the
are
rope.
on a ledge that is about 8 feet wide from the wall to the edge. And lengthwise, we're talking maybe 15 feet long, where it kind of comes to an edge on each side.
I will collect all the rope with Rowan's help, and I suppose I have enough rope. I might as well go all the way up to the top this time. But is there another ledge 20 feet up, or is it just straight up from here? You said it was fairly scalable.
Roll perception check.
Not a ledge, I'll make one.
12.
12. Okay. You don't see anything quite good right above you. However, off to the side, towards the western side, you do see what looks like maybe some better handholds that go kind of horizontally vertically. Almost like steps, but not quite.
I'm going to look back to Rowan and Liam and nod at how well they climbed that last bit, and I'm going to go straight up.
Okay. Roll your athletics.
Am I still rolling with advantage because of natural climbing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's a nat 20 on one of the dice, so.
You are able to skim up the side of
The other
this
one was a
cliffside.
19.
You find all of your necessary handholds and footholds, and you are able to go up about 15 feet, 20 feet. You don't see a ledge just quite yet. Are you heading all the way up?
Yep.
Okay, so you continue upwards. You make it all the way up to the top with that roll. Go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Strength check. Once the cat gets away from the screen that my skills are on. Of course, it's a -1. 16.
Okay. You get to the top, and your arms aren't even tired at this point once you crest it. You look back down at the others, and yeah, you've reached the top of the cliffside, and you notice it is a long way down.
It's me of home with far less trees. I'll hammer in 2 pythons to make sure the rope is as secure as possible. And toss both. I have 2 50-foot ropes because I have mine and I have Rowan's, or I have Liam's. And it's 40 feet down to where they are, so they're getting 2 ropes individually hammered in with my remaining pythons.
Part of me is just so tempted to cast Wall of Water where we're standing, just to get us up that extra 20 feet.
Or blast yourselves off the cliff face.
I'm going to rolling that one and didn't kill us all.
Roll a nat 1, it doesn't cast at all.
I'm gonna roll, guys. Athletics, right?
You're heading up the ropes?
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Would you like some guidance?
You know what? Thank you for asking. I give you consent to give me guidance.
You got this, Liam. I believe in you.
Okay. "13.
What was it?
13.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to shimmy up. You have to stop halfway. At which point, make a strength check.
Wait, what?
Make a strength check.
Oh no. I
There's
don't like this.
there's no ledge in between.
Rowan, teach them how to climb a rope.
Wait, do I get guidance on that too?
No.
No.
Okay. I was afraid of that. That's a
Seriously, Rowan's
5.
the only one who thought to tie the extra rope around us.
What'd you say, Liam?
That's a 5.
Okay. So you get 20 feet up, and your arms start to burn. You guys have really been pushing your limits for the day, and your arms are just on fire. Your muscles are starting to feel really limp. All you're able to do at this point is hold on with your legs wrapped around the rope against the rock wall. Climbing upwards is going to. You're able to do it. It's just your muscles are very much aching at this point.
Don't have a winch, unfortunately.
I
I'll have
just
to get
wanna
one.
I just wanna say right now, of all the things you could have asked me to do a check on, strength is the only one with the negative modifier.
I'm in the same boat.
I also have a negative strength modifier. But can I just kind of slowly start hauling Liam up with the rope? Slowly and carefully. Since he's just kind of dangling there.
You can, yeah, with a good strength roll.
How heavy is Liam?
Oh, before we continue, if Flick gets a bad strength roll, do I fall?
I imagine nothing was happening because she's just pulling at a rope.
Yeah, you're held fast to it. You're able to climb, but your strength is starting to wane. You're able to hold tight to it.
I got a 7.
Okay, you attempt to pull on the rope, and Liam, you feel it shift a bit, and you just wrap around it, and wonder what the hell's going on up top.
What have you been eating, Al?
Dried meats, nuts.
I'm inclined to disbelieve. Is there anything I can see while I'm up here? Other than the great view to the south?
Yeah, to the north, you see the flat ground, almost like you've crested all the cliff sides and are on like a plateau area. You do get a sense that there is a area a ways ahead that possibly dips down, it looks like, and there is a giant gully or valley further ahead. And then off to the west side of where your party members are, there is the area where the cliffside face kind of has some rock holds.
Well, there's 2 ropes if someone wants to try to beat Liam up to the top.
Why'd you have to use those words?
Specifically for that reason, Kendra dear.
Of course you did. May I have guidance?
Yes.
The competition has turned deadly.
The other thing,
Just to
real
be
quick.
safe.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Just to be safe, I'm going to roll my. What were you going to say? This might be important.
I was just gonna say the other thing you notice, Flick, you do see some large birds high above that were quite a distance way off in the distance, and they seem to be coming closer and making slow circles around above you. They don't seem impending or threatening, but they do seem to think there might be easy meal
Not yet.
occurring.
Make your way up quickly, or you'll prove those birds right.
Well, I really can't tell you if it's because you said beat Liam. I rolled a 19. -1 is an 18. +2 from guidance is a 20.
All right, Kendra, you are able to climb your way up, and as you are passing Liam, uh, both of you are covered in sweat. But you do see that you can almost see the quivering in his muscles as he's gripping this rope, just taking a moment of rest against the rock wall. Um, go ahead and make a strength check.
That is a 11.
Okay. Um, you see that happening, and you yourself are feeling quite exhausted as well. You feel the burn, but you know you both can't be left here on these ropes. So you are able to push your way and make your way up the rest of the 20 feet where Flick helps pull you up and over.
Once I get up there, I just flop onto my back.
So I'm climbing a
Do that
mountain.
again.
Well, how do you think we're going to get back down?
By not climbing, by falling with style.
Well, I'll leave you to figure out the landing part of that.
Rowan, you heading up?
The only one with a positive athletics modifier.
Yeah.
Gonna still guide myself.
Okay.
Like the end is near. Oh gosh. $15.
All right, you are able to get up that rope. Um, and as you come up to where Liam is, um, you've done about 20 feet. Go ahead and make your strength check.
$15.
Okay. You're able to you're used to this type of thing. Maybe not the climbing rope so much, but your muscles are used to carrying your form and large weapons and even your armor, and you're able to continue your way up, and you're able to crest the cliffside.
Yeah.
Care to
Can
give
I?
me, Rowan, care to give me a hand in dragging the poor elf up here?
Yeah. So I guess I gotta do another strength check.
Hmm You
Can
can
I
either
help
do
giving
it.
him a
You
drum?
can either both do strength checks or do it with advantage.
I'll help give Rowan advantage.
Okay.
Let someone with an actual strength score do it.
I mean, let's keep things in perspective. I pulled a bowstring earlier, and that takes a lot of strength.
On a short bow? Mm.
Well, I appreciate that advantage because the first roll was a 2, but the second was a 16 for a total of 18.
All right. Together, you guys are able to slowly pull Liam up the rock side. Liam, as you're being dragged upward, you're just hanging on to that rope. The rock side of the cliff is just kind of scraping along your arms. And you want to help. You want to get up there without these people pulling you up, even though they're your party members, but you've just been through a lot of shit today, and your mind is not letting you get past that. And all you can do is hold on to that rope as they drag you upwards. And being who you are, your personality, you almost welcome the scraping of the rocks against you as they pull you upwards. And eventually they're able to drag you up and over the side where you fall onto your side alongside Kendra. And you two are just laying there. The birds up above still circling and coming a little bit lower now that they see two of them seem to be dead.
Fuck off. Firebolt.
What's the reach on that?
60 feet. They're probably not going to hit them, but it's going to go in the air.
Yeah.
While Kendra does it, I'm pulling up the ropes.
The firebolt, you guys see it streak into the sky.
Well,
I'm just laying back, enjoying the sun.
Now that I'm sure everyone in Faerun knows we're here. I'll pull up the pythons and recollect them. Wasn't able to get the 3 back from the lower ledges, but that's fine.
All right. So you start, Rowan, you start pulling up the rope. Flick, you start regathering the pythons as well as you can. You guys, Liam, you say you're enjoying the sun. It is starting to crest towards the horizon. You guys are getting pretty well into the later portion of the day here. And you can feel the coolness, the warmth of the sun is starting to leave. And you feel the cool air start to set in as you look around you. And where you're at, 100 feet up, there's just, it's stillness, but the air rushing past you. Nothing really that you sense, but just a lot of quiet echoing off the walls, of rocks falling here and there, skittering noises off in the distance, a growl echoing off the walls far in the distance, more bird cries as they circle and then leave off as they realize it's getting dark as well.
Let's at least get away from the edge of the cliff and see if we can find at least a little bit of travel before we have to stop for the night. I especially don't think poor Kendra would be quite keen on traveling in the dark.
No. I don't want to move.
Well, Liam did say he doesn't want anyone to be carried, but I'm sure he might make an exception for you.
Oh, you want to carry me, Liam? That's so sweet.
Spaghetti arms.
I just get up and I stumble away.
Watch where you're going. There's still a cliff there, Liam. It's hard enough getting you up there once.
How big is this plateau that we're on? Like,
I mean,
I will settle
heading
for very large.
northwards, like, so what you're facing northeastwards, the cliff kind of goes a little ways around, and I mean, it goes on for multiple miles, with some
there any-
dips and stuff here and there. But off to the northwest area, there is definitely a huge deep canyon um, that seems to span for miles, and you can see far off the other side of it, um, but you really haven't gone far enough to be able to see into the canyon yet. You'd have to go maybe quarter of a mile forward to be able to see down or get a better
Okay.
view into the canyon.
So a very large area.
Hmm.
Cool. Going to just roll myself away from the cliffside.
All right, you guys push your way a little bit further away from the edge of the cliff after several close calls and just exhaustion. You guys have nearly been skewered from one facility, traveled to another, and you really have no idea where you are. The map from previous, you don't even have the river to follow anymore. You are well and truly in the wilds of
There
the
should be a
Dessarin
rather
Valley.
large gap off to the east, that where the river would be.
You don't see it.
That's fine. We know that over there is west. That's something.
Would you say that we're taking a breath in the wild?
I thought you were
I'd like
asking
to
me if
throw
you're
Liam off
taking
the
a
cliff.
short rest.
Nope.
But no.
Nope. Making his own joke.
Oh my god. Yep.
That
You
happened.
went there. You went there.
Yep. I did. No regrets.
Flick's just gonna walk over to Kendra later. So I imagine we're setting up camp then.
Yeah,
Did you bring a tent?
I don't know. I got a bedroll.
Flick is going to reach into her bag and pull out the tents that she had recovered from the camp from the bandits that had been in the cart that she had taken before they left town.
Oh my god, you did take a tent.
I don't know. I didn't. Did I add it? I don't think I added it to the sheet, but I very specifically said at the session when we were leaving that I was going to get them.
Mm-hmm.
A one-person tent.
I think
Well, I
there
thought they
were.
were like the really big tents.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just joking.
You could probably fit maybe like 2 in each. They were more like just kind of the kind that go like this. What do you call them? I don't know. They go like this,
Oh.
guys.
A tent?
Yeah, it's like a tarp on a rope.
Oh, a tent.
It's a tent.
Basic two-person tent.
It's D&D. It's not Bear Grylls.
It might turn into that.
Maybe a
might.
Harry Potter tent. Walk
my-
in, it's bigger.
I mean, at least none of us are drinking urine yet.
So my options are sleep next to a bubbling cauldron of a cat, a knife-wielding man, or a war priest. That's actually pretty cool. So we're gonna go with the war priest.
Betraying me already, Kendra.
I'm less likely to explode if I sleep next to her.
We've spent many nights nearby, and there was never any problem. As I've said, and as I've proven, the only time things explode is when I intend them to. Unlike the magic of the gods, what I do is very specific.
So, who's putting the tents up?
Only the ones that have energy left.
Flick and Rowan, make survival checks.
Oh, I'm good at that.
Is there any wood around here?
Not
Like, are there
bad.
trees or is it just flat?
It's pretty flat.
16.
15,
16.
16. Yeah, there's not trees on the top of this cliffside.
23.
The
All
tents
right.
are up.
The tents go up quite well. They're quite sturdy. You guys have used the leftover um, things to drive them into the ground.
Titans.
Pythons to tighten them to the ground. And which is a good thing because especially up where you're at, the wind can get pretty strong. So Kendra and Rowan, you guys take to one tent, and Flick and Liam, you guys take to the other.
Be warned, Liam. My equipment does require quite a spread.
I'll just then you take the tent. Like I'll sleep out here.
Will you be all right? It's quite fierce.
I'll be fine. And then I just get up, walk out of the tent or away from the tent. I'm not sure if I'm inside it or not yet. I'm not okay. I'll just walk. Oh, there are no trees, right? We
No.
said that before.
Yeah, no trees.
Is there any sort of like I don't know,
No
over
vegetation at all?
nothing that's like jutting over?
No, you're on a very flat, like, plateau right now.
Okay. And we're at the top of the cliff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just get a few rocks for a pillow and just lay out my bedroll.
All
And
right.
it makes me remember that I need to get a cloak next time I'm in town.
All right. So you guys bed down for the night, exhausted from the long day's travel, the encounters, and you will wait till next time to see if you get a long rest.
Oh.
But you guys, as far as you know, you lay down for the night. It is clear skies. The stars up above are incredible. There's not a cloud in the sky. The moon is not even out this night. You just see the galaxy splayed before you. And it is quite peaceful, but for the wind driving past. Other than that, you guys bed down for the night.
I just gotta be curious. Why does Kendra even think that Flick is going to explode?
Because that's just the kind of vibe I get. Just it hasn't happened yet. All
Kendra
it takes is
has caused
one
far
thing to
more
go wrong in the night.
Kendra has made far more explosions than Flick has.
Intentionally and awake. All it takes is one flick of your tail, or for some random creature to come on in and step on something, and boom.
I mean, all it takes for you is a shadow to go off, and Kendra starts shooting firebolts everywhere.
Be a little scared to be in this tent with you because if I move the wrong way and scare you, I'm gonna get a firebolt to the face.
Clearly, the best move is to not share a tent with anyone.
Everyone's crazy.
I'm like,
Also, like,
fall asleep.
Hair
A
trigger,
show
fire
of good-
sorcerer, and a mad scientist.
a show of good faith, and also like because it would be uncomfortable otherwise. Before going to sleep, just so Liam doesn't have to have rocks under his head to sleep, Kendra will offer the extra set of clothes she has as a pillow.
Thank you, but I'm used to this. keep your clothes clean. You seem
Why
like
are you used to sleeping on rocks?
like the type who needs clean clothes.
From inside the tent, you're both terrible.
You're both awful.
Thank you.
I don't think I'm awful. I think I'm quite nice to be around.
Debatable.
Who's
Don't you
debating?
have a backpack, Liam, that you can use as a pillow?
The rocks are better for him.
You know, I forgot that I have a backpack. I do have a backpack.
Oh yeah, how do you carry all your shit?
I'm gonna put the rocks in the backpack.
Kosher.
Just open his backpack, it's only rocks, and that's why he was struggling so much.
You gotta train.
Okay, Rockley.
Look, man. When those weights come off,
Then Kendra will go back to the tent, seeing a scared Rowan.
I'm like trying to get comfortable, but in my mind I'm like, I hope I don't snore. I hope I don't have a nightmare. I hope I
Just as I lay down, don't worry, I haven't set anything on fire in my sleep since I was a child.
Yes, you have.
Shut the fuck up!
Well,
All
good
right.
night.
Poor Rowan. The only sane person in the party.
are you though?
I
Actually,
I purposely placed my shield in between me and Kendra. Leaning against my backpack. Just in case.
All right.
Also personal space, you know.
So you guys
Although-
bed down and we will pick this up next time.
Okay.
Speaking of, when will we be having our next session?
When are you guys available? Are
I-
anyone available next
Free
Saturday?
next weekend. I am.
I'm checking my schedule.
I work on the weekends now, but I get out at 5, so I will be able to make it.
I am also free next weekend.
Okay, so Friday nothing happens. We'll plan on next Saturday.
I'm
Sweet.
And just because this was such a difficult episode for you guys did great. And I feel bad you're not being thrown anything. We're gonna go with 1500 for XP.
Whoa,
You guys-
okay.
Are really kicking butt on the role playing. That's pretty much all that's been carrying you through right now. The last episode.
Level
and a half,
4!
Well, I mean, Liam almost fired a shot. And then we got shot at. What?
I almost burned down an entire keep. But more importantly, we're level 4!
Yes, we are.
Yay! All right.
That's a whole other thing to have ready for next.
Yeah. So you
Made
guys
it up the cliff.
can spend some time this week getting your characters up to level 4, seeing what you need to do with it. Any questions, shoot them to the group chat, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next Saturday.
All right.
All right.
Have a good
Have a good night. Thanks, guys.
Night, guys.
night.